Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the elder days of Middle-earth, when the shadows were long but not yet insurmountable, and the free people still held hope as a candle against the encroaching dark, there wandered a figure known to all who cherished wisdom and light. Gandalf the Grey, he was called, though he had borne other names in other lands and other times. His staff was a comfort to the weary, his counsel a beacon to the lost, and his presence a reminder that even in the darkest of hours, there remained those who would stand against the night. This is a tale from those times, a story whispered in the halls of Rivendell and murmured by the hearths of the Shire, of how the grey pilgrim came to a land forgotten by hope and brought with him the light of stars long thought extinguished. It begins, as so many tales of that age do, with a messenger arriving at an unexpected hour, bearing tidings that would not wait for dawn. The autumn rains had come early to Rivendell that year, drenching the valley in a persistent drizzle that turned the waterfalls to roaring torrents and the gardens to seas of mud and fallen leaves. Gandalf sat in the Hall of Fire, a book of ancient lore open before him, though his eyes had long since ceased to follow the faded script upon its pages. His mind wandered instead through memories of ages past, through battles fought and friends long departed, through the countless turnings of the wheel that had brought him to this moment, this place, this particular evening of contemplation. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors beyond, an unusual disturbance in the measured peace of Elrond's house. The wizard's grey eyes lifted from his book just as a servant entered, bowing low despite the urgency that quickened his movements. Behind him came a travel-worn messenger, a man of the north by the look of him, with the bearing of one who had ridden long and hard through unwelcoming country. The man's cloak was heavy with rain, his boots caked with the mud of many roads. He approached Gandalf with a mixture of relief and lingering dread, reaching into his leather satchel to withdraw a sealed letter. The wax bore no mark that Gandalf recognised, yet something in its very plainness spoke of desperate secrecy. The wizard broke the seal with careful deliberation, unfolding the parchment to reveal words written in a hasty but educated hand. As his eyes moved across the page, his expression grew grave, the lines of his weathered face deepening with concern. When at last he looked up, the messenger saw in those grey eyes a weight of decision that made him take an involuntary step backward. The letter spoke of a village, Thornhaven by name, nestled in the wild lands east of the Misty Mountains, where the influence of Rivendell reached but faintly. For generations, the folk of Thornhaven had lived in simple peace, tending their fields and herds, raising their children beneath open skies, troubling no one and troubled by none. But 3 months passed, something had changed. The letter's author, a village elder named Uldric, wrote of a creeping malaise that had settled over Thornhaven like morning fog that refused to lift. At first it had been small things: milk that soured overnight despite the cool of the cellar, bread that would not rise no matter the skill of the baker, chickens that ceased to lay, and cattle that wandered from their pastures with vacant, frightened eyes. The villagers had attributed these troubles to mere misfortune, the natural ebb and flow of agricultural life in a harsh land. But then, the dreams had begun. Every soul in Thornhaven, from the eldest grandmother to the youngest babe, suffered the same visions each night. They dreamed of a great tree ancient beyond measure, its trunk wider than 10 men could encircle, its branches reaching toward a sky that held no stars. The tree was dying, its bark peeling away to reveal wood gone black and rotten beneath, its leaves falling in an endless rain of decay. And at the base of this dying giant, something stirred in the shadows, something that watched with eyes that burned like coals in the darkness. The dreams had grown more vivid with each passing night, more real, until the line between sleep and waking began to blur. Villagers reported seeing the tree's shadow cast across their fields at noon, though no such tree grew anywhere near Thornhaven. Children spoke of hearing whispers in a language no living tongue could speak, words that seemed to writhe inside their minds like living things. And then, one by one, people began to vanish. It started with old Gareth, the village's most respected hunter, a man who knew the surrounding forests better than his own half. He'd gone out at dawn to check his traplines and never returned. Search parties found his footprints leading into a dense copse of oaks, but the track simply ended in the middle of a small clearing, as though Gareth had been plucked from the earth itself. No struggle, no signs of violence, merely an absence where a man had been. 3 days later, young Mira disappeared from her family's cottage in the dead of night. Her parents woke to find her bed empty, the door still barred from the inside, the shutters latched tight. It was as though she'd simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only a lingering scent of decay, like autumn leaves left too long in standing water. Aldrich's letter grew increasingly desperate as it chronicled these events. 5 souls had vanished in total, and the village lived in a state of mounting terror. They had sought help from neighbouring settlements, but none would send aid. The reputation of Thornhaven's affliction had spread, and fear was a contagion more virulent than any plague. In desperation, Aldrich had sent his own son, the messenger who now stood before Gandalf, on a perilous journey to Rivendell, hoping against hope that the wisdom of the elves might offer salvation, where mortal understanding had failed. Gandalf read the letter twice more, his keen mind parsing each detail, searching for patterns in the chaos of events described. When at last he set the parchment aside, he saw that Elrond himself had entered the Hall of Fire, drawn by some sense of the import of this moment. The Elf Lord's ageless face bore an expression of deep concern as Gandalf related the contents of Aldrich's plea. They spoke long into the night, weighing what was known against what could only be surmised, consulting ancient texts and older memories. Elrond had dwelt in Middle-earth for ages beyond counting, and his lore ran deep, yet even he had no certain answer to offer. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in shades of rose and gold, Gandalf rose from his seat with the slow deliberation of one who has made a difficult choice. He would go to Thornhaven, though the way was long and the road uncertain. Something in Aldrich's account had stirred a memory in the wizard's mind, a fragment of knowledge from ages past that might, if he could but grasp it fully, illuminate the nature of this strange affliction. The journey from Rivendell to the wildlands beyond the misty mountains was one that Gandalf had undertaken countless times before, yet each passage brought its own challenges and revelations. He departed under grey skies that matched his weathered robes, his staff in hand and his mind already turning over the puzzle that Aldrich's letter had presented. The messenger, whose name was Willem, had insisted on accompanying the wizard back to his home village, though Gandalf had warned him that the return might hold more peril than the journey out. They travelled swiftly at first, following the ancient paths that wound through the foothills of the mountains. The autumn colours were at their peak, painting the hillsides in brilliant shades of amber and crimson, yet Gandalf found little joy in the beauty around him. His thoughts kept returning to the image described in the villagers' shared dreams, that ancient dying tree with something malevolent lurking in its shadow. There was a resonance to it, an echo of something he had encountered before, though the memory remained frustratingly just beyond his grasp. Willem proved to be good company despite his obvious anxiety about what they might find upon their return. He spoke of Thornhaven with the deep affection of one who had grown up knowing every face, every hearth, every hidden corner of his home. The village had been founded 6 generations past by refugees from a war long forgotten, people seeking only peace and the simple dignity of honest labour. They had carved their settlement from the wilderness, turning forest and stone into fields and homes, building a community bound by mutual dependence and shared hardship. The young man's voice grew heavy when he spoke of the vanished souls. Old Gareth had taught Willem to track and hunt when he was barely tall enough to hold a bow. Mira had been his childhood friend, a girl whose laughter could brighten the darkest winter day. The others too were not mere names, but people woven into the fabric of his life, and their absence had left holes that nothing could fill. As they climbed higher into the mountain passes, the weather turned foul. Cold rain lashed at them, driven by winds that howled through the rocky defiles, like the voices of angry spirits. Gandalf drew his cloak tighter and pressed on, his staff serving as much for support against the gale as for any mystical purpose. They found shelter that night in a shallow cave, huddling around a small fire that Gandalf coaxed from damp wood through what Willem assumed was simple woodcraft but was in truth a minor working of power. In the dancing firelight, Gandalf finally voiced the thought that had been troubling him since leaving Rivendell. He spoke of the elder days, when the world was young and the great powers walked openly upon the earth. In those times, there had been beings of immense age and wisdom, spirits of the natural world that dwelt in ancient trees and sacred groves. Most of these had faded as the ages turned, retreating into the deep places or passing beyond the circles of the world entirely. But some, Gandalf feared, might have lingered, and in lingering grown twisted and strange. There were tales, he told Willem, of tree spirits that had become so old they had forgotten what it meant to be part of the living world. Cut off from the natural cycle of growth and decay, they had become trapped in a kind of undeath, neither truly alive nor able to pass into whatever rest awaited such beings. In their isolation and confusion, some had grown bitter and hostile, reaching out with their remaining power to draw sustenance from any living thing that came within their influence. Willem listened with wide eyes, the firelight casting strange shadows across his face. He asked whether such a being could be destroyed, and Gandalf's answer was slow in coming. Destruction was perhaps the wrong word, he said at last. These were not creatures of evil by nature, but victims of their own endurance, beings that had outlived their purpose and now existed in a state of perpetual suffering. If his suspicion proved correct, what they faced was not so much an enemy to be vanquished as a tragedy to be resolved. The next day brought clearer skies but colder temperatures. Frost rimed every surface, turning the mountain path into a treacherous ribbon of ice. They descended from the high passes into a region of rolling hills and dark forests, lands that saw few travellers and bore names only on the oldest maps. Willem grew more tense with each mile, recognising landmarks that told him they were nearing home. By late afternoon of the second day from the mountains, they could see smoke rising from the valley ahead, the hearth fires of Thornhaven marking their destination. The village appeared normal enough from a distance, a cluster of sturdy buildings arranged around a central green, fields stretching out in neat rectangles beyond. But as they drew closer, Gandalf began to sense what had driven Aldrich to such desperate measures. The air itself felt wrong, thick and oppressive despite the autumn chill. There was a quality to the silence that spoke of fear, a watchfulness in the way the few visible villagers moved, as though they expected at any moment to be snatched away by invisible hands. Aldrich himself came out to meet them, an older man whose weathered face bore the marks of sleepless nights and gnawing worry. He embraced his son with fierce relief, before turning to Gandalf with a mixture of hope and desperation that the wizard found painfully familiar. How many times had he seen that expression, in how many lands, on how many faces turned toward him, in expectation of miracles he might not be able to provide. They gathered in Aldrich's home, a comfortable dwelling that spoke of modest prosperity earned through hard work. Other village elders joined them, men and women who had guided Thornhaven through lean years and good, through sickness and health, but who now found themselves confronting something beyond their understanding. They told their stories haltingly, each account adding details to the picture Aldrich's letter had painted. The dreams were worse than the letter had conveyed. Some spoke of feeling the tree's roots beneath their feet as they slept, spreading through the earth like grasping fingers. Others described the sensation of bark growing over their skin, transforming them slowly into wood and leaf. And always there was that presence in the shadows, watching, waiting, hungry for something they could not name. Gandalf listened to it all, asking occasional questions that seemed odd to his audience but which were building towards an understanding in his own mind. He inquired about the land's history, about any ancient ruins or forgotten sites in the area. He wanted to know if there had been any unusual occurrences before the troubles began, any discovery or disturbance that might have triggered this affliction. It was an old woman named Hester who provided the key detail. 3 months past, almost to the day before the trouble started, there had been a terrible storm. Lightning had struck repeatedly in the forest to the north, starting fires that burned for days despite the rain. When the villagers finally ventured into the burned area, they found at its centre a massive stump, all that remained of a tree so ancient that none remembered it standing. The lightning had split it down to the roots, and in the cavity left behind, they had found strange carvings, symbols in no language any of them recognized. Gandalf's eyes grew distant at this news, and those watching saw something like recognition cross his features. He asked to see these carvings, and Hester nodded gravely. They existed still, she said, though none would venture near them now. The burned forest had become a place of dread, or even birdsong ceased, and the very air seemed to hold its breath. Dawn came reluctantly to Thornhaven, the sun struggling to pierce a layer of mist that had settled over the village during the night. Gandalf had spent the dark hours in contemplation, sitting by the window in the room Aldrich had provided, his pipe sending thin streams of smoke into the grey air. The pieces were beginning to form a pattern in his mind, though the full picture remained elusive. An ancient tree destroyed by lightning, strange carvings revealed, and then this affliction of shared dreams and vanishing souls. It spoke of something very old indeed, something that had been bound or contained, and was now reaching out with whatever strength it still possessed. Willem found him there as the first light touched the eastern sky, still awake, still gazing out toward the forest that lay shrouded in morning fog. The young man carried bread and cheese, simple fare but welcome, and they ate in companionable silence. Gandalf could see the question in Willem's eyes, the desperate hope that the wizard's night of thought had yielded some answer, some solution that would restore his village to peace. But Gandalf would offer no false comfort. What lay ahead would require courage and perhaps sacrifice, and the people of Thornhaven deserved to face it with clear understanding, rather than empty reassurances. After breaking their fast, they set out for the burned forest. Aldrich insisted on accompanying them despite his years, and several of the younger men came as well, armed with such weapons as a farming village possessed. Gandalf did not discourage them, though he suspected that steel and courage alone would prove insufficient for what they might face. Still, there was value in the act of standing together against fear, in refusing to cower in one's home while darkness had crept closer. The path to the forest led through fields lying fallow for the winter, the earth dark and rich beneath their feet. But as they drew nearer to the tree line, the character of the land began to change. The soil took on an ashen quality, and nothing grew where the fires had burned. Trees that had survived the flames stood like blackened skeletons against the pale sky, their branches reaching upward in silent supplication. The air grew colder with each step, though whether this was natural chill or something more sinister, Gandalf could not immediately say. They entered the burned forest in single file, following a path that wound between the charred trunks. No sound accompanied their passage, save the crunch of ash beneath their boots and the occasional creak of dead wood swaying in a breeze none of them could feel. The silence was profound and unnatural, a blanketing absence that seemed to muffle even the beating of their own hearts. Willem walked close to Gandalf, one hand on his knife hilt, his eyes darting nervously at every shadow. The devastation grew worse as they penetrated deeper. Here the fire had burned with such intensity that even the roots had been consumed, leaving only pits in the earth where great trees had once stood. And there, in the centre of this wasteland, rose the stump that Hester had spoken of. It was massive beyond anything Gandalf had expected, easily 30 feet across, its surface scorched black by lightning and fire. The destruction had split it open like a rotten fruit, revealing a hollow interior large enough for several men to stand within. Gandalf approached slowly, his staff held before him, every sense alert for danger. The carvings were there, just as Hester had described, covering the inner surface of the hollow in spiralling patterns that seemed to shift and flow when viewed from the corner of one's eye. The wizard recognized the script after a moment of study. It was an ancient form of Sindarin, the tongue of the Grey Elves, but written in a manner and style that predated even the founding of Rivendell. Someone, long ago, had taken great care to inscribe these words, and the magic woven into them had endured through uncounted centuries. He stepped into the hollow, ignoring Aldrich's warning cry, and placed his hand upon the blackened wood. Immediately he felt it, a pulse of awareness that was not quite consciousness, a vast and alien presence that had been sleeping and was now, terribly, beginning to wake. The lightning had not destroyed this being, but had broken the wards that contained it, and the fire had weakened the physical anchor that held it bound to this single location. Now it was reaching out, confused and frightened and desperately hungry, grasping at any living thing that came within the range of its fragmentary awareness. Gandalf withdrew his hand quickly, his expression grave. He stood in silence for a long moment, reading and rereading the ancient inscriptions, piecing together a story that had been old when the kingdoms of men were young. This had been a tree spirit, a being of immense power and benevolence, one of the shepherds of the forest in the elder days. But something had corrupted it, twisted it, and the elves who had dwelt in this region long ago had been forced to bind it rather than destroy it, sealing it within the very tree that had been its home. The binding had held for thousands of years, maintaining a balance between imprisonment and mercy. The spirit had slumbered, neither truly alive nor wholly dead, sustained by the life of the tree itself. But the lightning had shattered that delicate equilibrium. The tree was dead and the spirit was dying with it, yet it could not quite release its hold on existence. In its confusion and pain, it was lashing out, drawing on the life force of anything nearby in a desperate attempt to sustain itself. The vanished villagers, Gandalf realized with a sinking heart, had not been taken to some distant place. They had been absorbed, their essence consumed by a being that no longer understood what it was doing, that acted only on blind instinct and primordial need. They were gone beyond any recovery, merged with something ancient and inhuman, their individual selves dissolved into a greater whole that was itself dissolving. He emerged from the hollow to find the others watching him with anxious faces. Aldrich stepped forward, his weathered hands trembling slightly. The old man had lived long enough to recognize when news would be dire, and he steeled himself to hear it. Gandalf spoke gently but honestly, explaining what he had discovered and what it meant. There were gasps of horror and grief when he told them the fate of their missing kin, and Willem turned away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs. But Aldrich, after allowing himself a moment of anguish, asked the question that mattered most. Could anything be done? Could the spirit be stopped before it claimed more victims? Could Thornhaven be saved? Gandalf's answer was carefully measured. The spirit could indeed be stopped, but not through force or destruction. What remained of this ancient being was already dying, its essence fragmenting and fading. To attack it would only drive it to more desperate measures, causing it to lash out with whatever power it retained. No, what was needed was release, a severing of the final bonds that kept the spirit chained to the physical world. The ancient wards had to be unmade with the same care and skill that had created them, allowing what remained of the being to finally pass beyond the circles of the world. This would require knowledge that Gandalf possessed but could not easily apply alone. The original binding had been the work of many elven craftsmen working in concert, weaving their power together in patterns of great complexity. To unravel such work safely would demand similar cooperation, multiple voices speaking the words of release in perfect harmony, multiple wills focused on the single purpose of granting mercy to something that had suffered far too long. The problem was that such skill did not exist in Thornhaven. These were farmers and craftsmen, good folk but untrained in the lore and power needed for such a working. Gandalf could teach them the words, could guide their intent, but whether mortal men without any heritage of magic could accomplish what even lesser elves might struggle with, he could not say with certainty. Yet there was no other option. To leave things as they stood would doom Thornhaven to slow death as the spirit consumed one villager after another in its blind struggle to survive. To flee and abandon the village would only spread the affliction as the spirit's reach grew wider in its desperation. They had to try, had to attempt what seemed impossible because the alternative was unthinkable. Aldrich did not hesitate. If there was a chance, however slim, they would take it. He would gather the villagers, every soul in Thornhaven, and they would learn what Gandalf could teach them. They would stand together as they had always stood, supporting one another through whatever trials came, and if they failed, at least they would fail in the attempt rather than in the surrender. The gathering was held in the village's largest building, a communal hall where harvests were celebrated and councils convened in times of need. Every villager who could walk assembled there as the afternoon sun slanted through high windows, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Gandalf stood before them, his grey robes seeming to gather what light there was, his staff planted firmly beside him. He looked upon their faces, seeing fear certainly, but also determination and a quiet courage that spoke well of their character. He began by telling them the full truth of what they faced, sparing no detail that might prepare them for the trial ahead. Some wept openly when he spoke of their lost friends and family, learning at last the fate that had befallen them. Others sat in stony silence, their grief too deep for tears. But none fled, none suggested abandonment or despair. When Gandalf asked who among them would stand with him in the working that must be done, every hand rose. The wizard felt a warmth in his heart at this display of unity, yet he knew that willingness alone would not suffice. He explained carefully what would be required of them. They must learn words in a tongue none of them spoke, must speak them in perfect unison while holding in their minds a singular purpose with unwavering clarity. Any faltering, any moment of doubt or distraction could cause the working to fail or worse, to backlash upon them in ways he could not predict. The spirit they sought to release was powerful even in its diminishment, and the forces they would be invoking were ancient and perilous. He began the teaching that very hour, knowing that time was not their ally. Each day that passed saw the spirit's influence spread a little farther, its desperate hunger growing as its substance continued to fade. Already 2 more villagers had reported the sensation of roots beneath their feet, and several children had woken screaming from dreams of being slowly transformed into wooden bark. They had perhaps 3 days, Gandalf estimated, before the situation became uncontrollable. The words of the unbinding were in Sindarin, elegant and complex, their sounds flowing like water over stones. Gandalf spoke them first, letting the villagers hear the rhythm and cadence, the way each syllable connected to the next in patterns that carried meaning beyond mere definition. Then he had them repeat, first individually, then in small groups, correcting pronunciation and emphasis with patient care. The children learned most quickly, their young minds flexible and unencumbered by preconceptions about what they could or could not accomplish. Old Hester proved to have a natural ear for the language, her voice finding the proper tones with surprising ease. She took it upon herself to help the others, moving among them with gentle encouragement, demonstrating the shape of unfamiliar sounds. Willem worked with fierce concentration, determined that his journey to Rivendell should not be in vain. Even those whose voices cracked with age or grief persisted, understanding that every voice would be needed for the chorus to achieve its purpose. As the afternoon wore into evening and evening into night, the hall filled with the sound of the ancient tongue being spoken haltingly, but with growing confidence. Gandalf moved among them, offering guidance and support, occasionally placing his hand upon a speaker's shoulder to help them feel the resonance they should aim for. He could see them beginning to understand that this was not merely recitation, but something deeper, a form of speech that engaged the heart and spirit as much as the voice. They paused for a simple meal as midnight approached, bread and soup shared in near silence as exhaustion settled over them. But after a brief rest, Gandalf insisted they continue. The words alone were not enough, he explained. They must also learn to focus their intent, to hold in their minds the image of release, of bonds being gently loosened, and a suffering being allowed to pass into peace. This was harder than the memorization, for it required a kind of mental discipline that few of them had ever practiced. Gandalf taught them a simple meditation, a way of quieting the clamouring thoughts that normally filled every waking moment. He had them close their eyes and breathe slowly, counting each breath, letting all concerns and fears drift away like leaves on a stream. At first many struggled, their minds darting anxiously to loved ones lost or dangers yet to come. But gradually, as the night deepened and the practice continued, a kind of stillness began to settle over the gathered villagers. In that stillness, Gandalf had them visualize the tree spirit as it had been in its prime, a being of beauty and beneficence, a guardian of the green and growing things. He described it in words that painted pictures in their minds, branches that held the nests of countless birds, roots that nursed springs of clear water, a presence that was part of the forest's very breath and heartbeat. He wanted them to feel compassion for what this being had been and pity for what it had become. Then he had them imagine the bonds that held it, visualizing them as threads of silver light wrapped around the spirit's essence. They were to see these threads not as evil but as necessary restraints that had served their purpose and now must be released. In their minds, they would reach out together, each taking hold of a thread, and at the moment of the unbinding they would gently loosen and let go, freeing what had been bound. The practice continued through the night and into the next day. Gandalf allowed them only brief periods of rest, knowing that repetition and exhaustion could sometimes open doors in the mind that conscious effort kept closed. He watched them carefully for signs of dangerous strain, ready to call a halt if any seemed near collapse, but the villagers proved more resilient than he had dared hope. They drew strength from one another, those who faltered supported by those who'd found their rhythm, the entire community becoming a single instrument that Gandalf was carefully tuning. By the second night they could speak the words of unbinding in near-perfect unison, their voices blending into a harmony that raised the hairs on the back of Gandalf's neck. When he had them combine the recitation with the meditation, holding the visualization while speaking the ancient syllables, he felt a stirring in the air around them, a response from the world itself to their focused intent. It was not yet strong enough, not yet sufficiently refined, but it was a beginning. The third day brought troubling news. 2 villagers, a husband and wife who lived on the northern edge of the settlement nearest to the burned forest, had vanished during the night. Their home stood empty, their beds still warm, but of them there was no trace. The spirit's hunger was accelerating as its grip on existence weakened, and Gandalf knew they could wait no longer. The unbinding would have to be attempted that very night, ready or not. He gathered the villagers once more as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon. They looked to him with trust that both humbled and terrified him, believing in his wisdom, in his power, in his ability to guide them through this ordeal. He wished he could share their confidence, but he had walked Middle-earth too long to indulge in such certainties. All he could offer was his best effort, and the knowledge that they would face what came with courage. The plan was simple in outline, if not in execution. They would process to the burned forest as the last light faded, forming a circle around the great stump where the spirit was bound. At Gandalf's signal, they would begin the recitation, speaking the words of unbinding while maintaining the visualization they had practiced. Gandalf himself would stand at the centre, within the hollow of the stump, adding his own power to theirs and guiding the working as best he could. If all went well, the ancient bonds would dissolve, and the spirit would be released to whatever rest awaited it. If things went poorly, well, Gandalf did not dwell on that possibility. They set out as twilight gathered, a solemn procession winding through the fields toward the dark line of the forest. Each villager carried a small lantern, and from a distance they must have looked like a river of lights flowing across the darkening land. Gandalf led them, his staff glowing with a soft illumination that seemed to push back the shadows. Behind him came Aldrich and Hester, then Willem and the other young folk, and finally the children, watched over by their elders. The burned forest seemed even more forbidding in the failing light, the blackened trees casting twisted shadows that writhed and stretched as the lanterns passed. The villagers moved in silence now, their earlier conversations and nervous whispers fading as the weight of what they were about to attempt settled upon them. Gandalf could feel the tension in the air, a thickness that had nothing to do with weather and everything to do with the wounded presence that pulsed at the forest's heart. As they drew nearer to the massive stump, the temperature dropped perceptibly. Breath misted in the air despite the relative mildness of the autumn evening, and frost began to form on the charred wood around them. This was not natural cold, but something born of the spirit's distress, its dying essence drawing heat from the world around it in a futile attempt to sustain itself. Several of the children whimpered and pressed closer to their parents, and Gandalf could not blame them. Even he, who had faced dragons and demons and the servants of the Dark Lord himself, felt a chill that went deeper than flesh and bone. They arranged themselves in a circle around the stump as Gandalf had instructed, each villager standing an equal distance from their neighbours, their lanterns placed on the ground before them to form a ring of light. The circle was large, perhaps 50 feet across, and within it the great stump rose like an altar of blackened wood. Gandalf moved among them one final time, checking their positions, offering a word of encouragement here, a steadying hand there. He saw fear in their faces, but also resolve, and he was reminded once again why he had chosen to walk among the peoples of Middle-earth, rather than remain in the distant west, where his kind properly belonged. When all was ready, Gandalf stepped into the circle and approached the hollow at the stump's centre. The carvings seemed to glow faintly in the lantern light, and as he drew closer, he could hear a sound like distant weeping, a lament so old and deep that it seemed to come from the very bones of the earth. His heart ached with pity for the being that suffered here, trapped between existence and release, unable to move forward or back. Whatever crime or corruption had necessitated its binding so long ago, surely it had paid 1,000 times over through the centuries of its imprisonment. He placed his hand upon the wood once more, and immediately felt the spirit's awareness focus upon him. It was like being regarded by something vast and alien, an intelligence so different from his own that communication seemed impossible. Yet beneath the alienness, he sensed something recognizable: loneliness, confusion, and a desperate aching need. The spirit did not understand what was happening to it, knew only that it was fading and was terrified of the nothingness it perceived ahead. Gandalf spoke to it then, not in words but in thoughts and in images, trying to convey comfort and reassurance. He showed it visions of the green world as it had been in the elder days, when trees spoke with voices like wind through leaves, and the forest stretched unbroken from mountain to sea. He reminded it of sunlight filtering through countless leaves, of rain on bark, of the slow, patient growth that measured time in seasons rather than seconds, and he promised, as clearly as he could make the promise understood, that what came next would not be ending but transformation, not nothingness but a return to the source from which all things flowed. Whether the spirit comprehended, he could not say, but he felt some of the frantic desperation ease, replaced by something that might have been trust, or might have been simply exhaustion too profound to resist any longer. It would have to be enough. He turned to face the circle of villagers, his grey robes stirring in a wind that touched nothing else. They looked back at him, their faces pale in the lantern light but determined. He raised his staff high, and its glow intensified, casting sharp shadows across the ash-covered ground. This was the moment. There could be no more preparation, no more delay. They would succeed or fail on the strength of their unity and the depth of their compassion for a being none of them had ever truly known. Gandalf's voice rang out clear and strong, speaking the first words of the unbinding in the ancient tongue. The syllables seemed to hang in the air, shimmering with power, and as they faded, the villagers' voices rose in response. They spoke the words they had practiced so diligently, and to Gandalf's relief and pride, they spoke them well. The pronunciation was not perfect, the accent was distinctly mortal, but the intent behind the words was pure and true, and in workings of this nature, intent mattered more than technical precision. The recitation built in layers, each phrase adding to the one before, creating a kind of verbal architecture that reached towards something beyond the merely physical. Gandalf could feel the ancient wards responding, the bonds that had been woven with such care millennia ago beginning to loosen. But this was delicate work, requiring patience and precision. Too sudden a release could shatter the spirit entirely, scattering its essence beyond any hope of coherent existence. They had to unravel the binding thread by thread, giving the captive awareness time to adjust and gather itself. As the words continued, Gandalf added his own power to the working. He was a servant of the secret fire, a wielder of the flame of Anor, and though he wore the form of an old man in grey, there was strength in him that had endured since before the world was made. He let that strength flow through his staff and into the pattern the villagers were creating with their voices, reinforcing and guiding, helping to shape their collective will into a tool capable of the task before them. The spirit stirred, its awareness sharpening as it felt the bonds beginning to loosen. For a moment Gandalf feared it might resist, might lash out in panic as some part of it realised what was happening. But instead he felt something like wonder, a dawning comprehension that release was truly being offered. The weeping sound he'd heard earlier changed in character, becoming less a lament and more a song, wordless but filled with an emotion so profound it brought tears to his eyes. Around the circle the villagers continued their recitation, their voices growing stronger and more confident as they felt the working begin to take effect. Some of them had tears on their cheeks as well, though whether from the strain of concentration or from the emotional resonance of what they were accomplishing Gandalf could not say. But they did not falter, did not break the rhythm of the ancient words, and their unity held firm. The bonds were unravelling faster now, the silver threads that Gandalf had taught them to visualise beginning to shimmer and fade in their collective mind's eye. With each loosened restraint, the spirit's essence grew lighter, less anchored to the physical remnant of the tree that had been its prison. Gandalf could sense it beginning to rise, to lift towards something the villagers could not perceive but which he knew was there, the music that undergirded all of creation, the great song from which all things came and to which all things ultimately returned. But there was danger yet. The final bonds were the strongest, woven with extra care to ensure the binding would hold. These would not release easily, and forcing them might cause them to snap rather than dissolve, with consequences Gandalf preferred not to contemplate. He raised his voice, speaking words of his own now, words in a tongue older even than Sindarin, words that carried the authority of the powers themselves. The staff in his hands blazed like a star, and the light from it washed over the circle, touching each villager and lending them strength beyond their own. Together, mortal and immortal, they spoke the final words of unbinding. The air itself seemed to shudder, and for a heartbeat, everything hung in perfect balance, the outcome uncertain. Then, with a sound like a sigh of infinite relief, the last bonds dissolved. The spirit, freed at last from its ancient prison, began to rise. What happened next was beyond description in any mortal tongue, yet those who witnessed it would carry the memory for the rest of their days. The spirit rose from the blackened stump not as smoke or mist, but as something that existed between the visible and invisible, a presence felt more than seen. To some of the villagers, it appeared as a column of green light shot through with gold. To others, it was a shape like a great tree made of starlight, its branches spreading across the night sky. And to a few, the very young and the very old whose eyes had not yet closed or had begun to reopen to deeper sights, it was something else entirely, a being of terrible beauty and profound sorrow, ancient beyond reckoning and innocent as the first spring. As it rose, the spirit's awareness touched each person in the circle, a fleeting contact that was gentle as a whisper yet intimate as a heartbeat. In that instant of connection, each villager experienced a fragment of what the spirit had endured. The long, slow centuries of imprisonment, the gradual fading of purpose and identity, the confusion and fear of dissolution. But they also felt something else, something that transformed their grief and pity into wonder. They felt gratitude, profound and sincere, for the mercy they had granted. They felt forgiveness for their unwitting role in disturbing its rest. And most powerfully, they felt blessing, a gift freely given from a being that had every reason for bitterness yet chose instead to offer grace. The children who had learned the ancient words most easily felt it strongest. They gasped and clutched at their parents' hands, not in fear but in amazement, their eyes wide and shining with tears that had nothing to do with sorrow. Old Hester swayed on her feet, supported by those nearest her, and when she spoke later of what she had experienced, she could only say that she'd felt young again, not in body but in spirit, as though some burden she had carried all her life had suddenly been lifted. Willem found himself thinking of his lost friend Mira, and in that moment of contact, he somehow knew that she had not suffered, that her dissolution had been swift and painless, absorbed into something greater before fear could even register. The spirit continued to rise, ascending through the night air with gathering speed. As it climbed, a change came over the burned forest. The unnatural cold that had gripped it began to dissipate, replaced by a warmth that felt like sunlight even in the darkness. The frost that had rimed every surface melted away, and where drops of water fell upon the ash-covered ground, tiny green shoots began to appear. It was impossible, defying every natural law, yet it was happening before their eyes. Life was returning to the wasteland, with a swiftness that spoke of magic older and deeper than any working of wizards or elves. Gandalf stood within the hollow of the great stump, his staff still raised, watching the spirit's ascension with eyes that had witnessed wonders since the world was young and yet could still be moved to awe. He saw the moment when the last tether to the physical world broke, when the spirit truly became free. There was a flash of light so bright that every lantern seemed dim by comparison, and then a sound like 1,000 harps playing in perfect harmony, a chord of such pure beauty that those who heard it felt their hearts might break from joy. And then the spirit was gone, passed beyond the circles of the world to whatever realm awaited such beings. The night seemed suddenly empty without its presence, yet the emptiness was peaceful rather than bereft. The stars shone with renewed brightness, and a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of growing things rather than ash and decay. For a long moment no one moved or spoke. The villagers stood in their circle, hardly daring to breathe, as though any sound might shatter the profound peace that had settled over them. Then, slowly they began to lower their arms, to look at one another with eyes that reflected shared wonder and shared accomplishment. They had done it. Against all probability, with no training or heritage of power, they had achieved what Gandalf had asked of them. They had granted mercy to a suffering being, and in doing so, had saved their village and themselves. Gandalf descended from the stump, his staff's light fading to its normal gentle glow. He looked tired but deeply satisfied, like a craftsman who has completed a work of great difficulty and seen it turn out well. He moved among the villagers, clasping shoulders and murmuring words of praise and thanks. To Aldrich, he spoke of the courage it took to reach out for help rather than surrender to despair. To Hester, he remarked on her natural gift for the old tongue and suggested she might have elven ancestry somewhere in her lineage. To Willem, he said simply that his friend would have been proud of him, and the young man nodded, unable to speak through the tightness in his throat. As the immediate wonder began to fade, practical concerns reasserted themselves. It was deep night now, and they were some distance from the village. Yet no one wanted to leave this place that had been transformed from a site of dread to one of quiet sanctity. By unspoken agreement they settled where they were, arranging themselves in small groups, sharing what food they had brought and speaking in hushed voices about what they had experienced. Gandalf sat apart with Aldrich and a few of the other elders, answering their questions as best he could. They wanted to know what would happen now, whether the forest would truly recover, whether there might be any lingering danger. The wizard reassured them on all counts. The spirit's blessing as it departed had been genuine and powerful. The land would heal, though it would take time for the full recovery to manifest. As for danger, there was none. The ancient wards that had bound the spirit were completely dissolved, and without the wounded presence that had animated them, the shared dreams and supernatural terrors would cease. Indeed, even as they spoke, several villagers reported feeling different, lighter, as though a weight they had grown so accustomed to that they no longer noticed it had suddenly been removed. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over Thornhaven for months was gone. The air tasted sweet again, and the darkness held only natural mystery rather than creeping menace. They spent the night in the burned forest, wrapped in cloaks and blankets, keeping watch over one another as the stars wheeled overhead. Some slept, exhausted by the working they had performed, and their sleep was deep and dreamless, unmarred by visions of dying trees or creeping transformations. Others remained awake, talking quietly or simply sitting in contemplative silence, processing what they had been part of. Gandalf did not sleep. He walked slowly around the perimeter of the circle they had formed, his staff serving as a walking stick, his eyes taking in the small miracles that continued to manifest. More green shoots had appeared, pushing up through the ash with quiet determination. In a few places tiny flowers had bloomed, white and delicate as snowflakes. By morning he knew the transformation would be even more pronounced. The spirit's final gift was ensuring that life would return to this place, that the scar of its long imprisonment would be healed. As the eastern sky began to lighten with the approach of dawn, painting the horizon in shades of pearl and rose, the villagers stirred and prepared to return home. They gathered their lanterns, now unnecessary in the growing light, and formed into a loose procession. But this time there was no solemnity in their bearing, no fear or dread. They walked with the easy confidence of people who have faced a great trial and emerged stronger for it. The path back to Thornhaven led through fields where the morning dew sparkled like scattered diamonds, and birds that had been silent for months suddenly filled the air with song. As they crested the final rise and looked down upon their village, several people gasped and pointed. Smoke rose from every chimney, the homely signal of hearth fires being rekindled and breakfast being prepared. But more than that, the very air above the village seemed clearer, brighter, as though a veil had been lifted. They entered Thornhaven to find the entire village transformed, not in any physical sense that could be easily measured, but in a way that every resident felt immediately. The buildings stood as they always had. The streets followed their familiar courses, yet everything seemed somehow renewed, as though the village itself had been holding its breath for months and could finally exhale. Gardens that had languished despite careful tending now showed signs of vigour, their plants standing straighter, their leaves a richer green. The well in the centre of the village greenery, which had run sluggish and murky, now bubbled clear and cold, its water sweet to the taste. News of the night's event spread swiftly, and soon every household knew that the affliction had been lifted. Those who had not participated in the working came out to greet the returning procession, embracing family members and friends with relief and joy. There was laughter in the streets for the first time in memory, genuine and unforced, the kind of mirth that comes from deep wells of shared deliverance. Children who'd been subdued and fearful for weeks now ran and played with abandon, their voices ringing out in games and songs. Gandalf observed all this with quiet satisfaction, standing somewhat apart from the celebrations as was his habit. He had learned long ago that moments like these belonged to the people who had earned them through their courage and sacrifice. His role had been to their guide and support, but the victory was theirs, and they deserved to savour it without the shadow of his presence reminding them of the peril they had faced. Yet Aldrich would not let him retreat entirely into the background. The old man insisted that Gandalf join him at his home for a proper breakfast, and soon the wizard found himself seated at a table groaning under the weight of food that seemed to have materialised from nowhere. There was fresh bread still warm from the oven, its crust golden and crackling. There was butter churned that very morning, yellow as summer sun. There were eggs fried in good bacon fat, mushrooms gathered from secret places in the forest, and porridge sweetened with honey and studded with autumn berries. The simple fare of farmers and craftsmen, yet prepared with such care and served with such joy that it rivaled any feast Gandalf had attended in the halls of elven lords or the houses of kings. As they ate, Aldrich spoke of practical matters, the questions of a man who must think beyond the immediate crisis to the long work of rebuilding lives and community. The two villagers who had vanished on the final night, what of them? Were they lost as surely as the earlier victims? Gandalf's answer brought both grief and strange comfort. Yes, they were gone, absorbed into the spirit's essence in its final desperate attempt to sustain itself. But unlike those who had been taken earlier, these last two had not suffered. The spirit, in its growing awareness of what was happening and its gathering comprehension that release was coming, had taken them gently, almost kindly, and their essences had been transformed rather than merely consumed. It was cold comfort, perhaps, but Aldrich nodded slowly, understanding that in a world where darkness and chance could claim anyone at any moment, there were worse fates than to be merged with something ancient and ultimately benevolent. The families would grieve, as all families must when death comes calling, but they would grieve without the terrible uncertainty that had plagued those who lost loved ones earlier. The conversation turned to the future, and here Gandalf had more hopeful things to say. The spirit's blessing before its departure had been no empty gesture but a genuine gift of power. The land around Thornhaven would recover, and more than recover. In time, the burned forest would become a place of exceptional beauty and vitality, and those who tended the fields nearby would find their harvests unusually abundant. The village, if it chose wisdom in the years ahead, could prosper in ways it never had before. But there was a warning too, delivered gently but firmly. The blessing carried with it a responsibility. The land had been healed through an act of mercy and compassion, and it would remain healthy only so long as those qualities continued to guide the community. If the people of Thornhaven fell into cruelty or selfishness, if they forgot the lesson of this night and began to value power over kindness, the blessing would fade and the land would suffer with them. They had been given a gift, but gifts came with obligations. Aldrich received this counsel solemnly, promising that he would ensure the tale of what had transpired was passed down accurately through the generations. The children who had participated in the working would tell it to their own children, and they to theirs, creating a chain of memory that would keep the truth alive. Thornhaven would remember what it meant to show mercy to suffering, even when that suffering wore an alien and frightening face. As the morning wore on, other villagers came to Aldrich's home, wanting to speak with Gandalf, to thank him or simply to be in his presence for a few moments more. He received them all with patience and genuine warmth, listening to their stories of how they had experienced the working, offering words of encouragement to those still processing the profound strangeness of what they had accomplished. To the children especially, he spoke at length, answering their questions about magic and spirits and the wider world beyond Thornhaven's borders. One little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, asked whether the spirit had been lonely during all those years of imprisonment. Gandalf knelt down to her level, his grey eyes meeting her brown ones with complete seriousness. Yes, he told her, the spirit had been terribly lonely, cut off from all it had known and loved, unable to even properly remember what it had once been. But because of her and others like her who had spoken the words of unbinding with such pure hearts, that loneliness had ended. The spirit was home now, wherever home was for such beings, and it would never be lonely again. The child seemed satisfied with this answer, and she impulsively hugged the wizard before running off to play. Gandalf watched her go, a slight smile touching his weathered face. It was for moments like these that he continued his long wandering through Middle-earth, for the chance to see innocence preserved and courage rewarded, to witness ordinary people achieving extraordinary things through nothing more complicated than decency and determination. By midday, Gandalf knew it was time to take his leave. He had lingered longer than he usually did after such workings, drawn by the genuine warmth of Thornhaven's people and the desire to ensure that the healing was complete. But his road led ever onward, and there were other places that might need his counsel, other troubles that might require his intervention. The shadow was growing in the east, though few yet recognized the signs, and those who stood against it could not afford to rest for long. He made his farewells in the village square, with what seemed like every resident of Thornhaven gathered to see him off. There were no grand speeches, no ceremonial presentations. The people simply wanted to be there, to mark the departure of one who had come to them in their darkest hour and helped them find their way back to the light. Aldrich clasped his hand firmly, and Gandalf saw in the old man's eyes a depth of gratitude that needed no words to express. Willem stepped forward with Gandalf's horse, already saddled and provisioned for travel. The young man had grown in the past few days, the ordeal burning away some of his youth and replacing it with a steadier, more mature bearing. He would be a leader in this community someday, Gandalf thought, a worthy successor to Aldrich when the old man's time came to pass. The thought brought him comfort as he swung up into the saddle. Before he departed, Gandalf offered one final piece of advice. He told them to plant trees around the great stump, to let it remain as a monument to what had transpired, but to surround it with new life. Apple trees would do well there, he suggested, or pear. In time, the burned forest would become an orchard, and the place that had been marked by sorrow would be known instead for sweetness and plenty. The villagers promised to do exactly that, and Gandalf had no doubt they would keep their word. He rode out of Thornhaven as the sun passed its zenith, following the road that led south and west toward distant lands. Behind him, the villagers waved and called their farewells until he crested a hill and passed from sight. But he could still feel their good wishes following him, like a warm wind at his back, and the memory of their courage would stay with him through all the trials that lay ahead. The road from Thornhaven wound through country that grew wilder with each mile, the settled lands giving way to rolling moorland, where heather bloomed purple and gold beneath the autumn sun. Gandalf rode at an easy pace, letting his horse pick its own way along the ancient track while his mind turned over the events of the past few days. There was a satisfaction in what had been accomplished, certainly, but also a lingering sadness for what had been lost. 7 souls consumed by a being that had not meant them harm, that had acted only from the blind instinct of self-preservation. 7 families who would carry grief for the rest of their days, even knowing that their loved one's sacrifice had not been in vain. Yet this was the nature of the world as it had been shaped, a place where tragedy and triumph walked hand in hand, where every victory carried the weight of what it had cost to achieve. Gandalf had seen this pattern repeat itself countless times through the long ages of his wandering, and still it had the power to move him, to remind him why he had chosen to remain in Middle-earth, rather than return to the undying lands where sorrow was a distant memory and time flowed differently. The sun was declining toward the western hills when he noticed smoke rising from a small hollow just off the road. It was a thin stream, the kind made by a carefully tended campfire, and curiosity drew him toward it. He found a small encampment, little more than a lean-to shelter, and a ring of stones surrounding a modest fire. Beside the fire sat a figure that made Gandalf pull up short in surprise. The traveller was an elf, though clearly one who had been long upon the road. His clothes, while still possessing the characteristic grace of elven craftsmanship, were worn and travel-stained. His dark hair hung loose about his shoulders, and his face bore an expression of weariness that sat strangely on features that should have been untouched by time. He looked up as Gandalf approached, and recognition flickered in his grey eyes. They knew each other, though it had been long years since their paths had crossed. The elf's name was Lindor, and he had once dwelt in the woodland realm far to the north. They exchanged greetings in the formal manner of those who had once been friends, but had drifted apart through the simple passage of time and the divergence of their roads. Gandalf dismounted and accepted the elf's invitation to share his fire, settling onto a flat stone with a grateful sigh. For a time they sat in companionable silence, watching the flames dance and listening to the evening songs of birds settling into their roosts. Then Lindor spoke, his voice carrying the musical quality of his kind, but tinged with an unfamiliar melancholy. He asked where Gandalf had been, what business had occupied him in these remote lands, and the wizard found himself recounting the tale of Thornhaven and the bound spirit. Lindor listened with growing interest, his weariness seeming to lift as the story unfolded. When Gandalf finished, the elf sat quiet for a long moment before speaking. He told Gandalf that he had known of the binding, had in fact been present when it was performed, though he had been young then, barely come of age by the reckoning of his people. The memory was distant but still clear, as elven memories tended to be. The spirit, Lindor explained, had been one of the great tree shepherds of the elder days, a being of power and wisdom that had watched over vast stretches of forest when the world was younger. But something had corrupted it, a poison that seeped into its essence during the wars of the First Age, when Morgoth's malice had touched even things that should have been beyond his reach. The corruption had driven the spirit mad, causing it to attack the very forests it had once protected, twisting trees into monsters and spreading blight wherever its influence reached. The elves of that time had tried to heal it, spending decades in the attempt, but the corruption ran too deep. In the end, they had been forced to choose between destroying the spirit entirely or binding it in the hope that time might eventually cleanse what their arts could not. They had chosen mercy, though it had been a hard mercy, and they had sealed it within the greatest tree in its domain, weaving wards that would contain it for as long as the tree lived. But the elves who had performed that binding were gone now, Lindor said softly. Some had sailed west, others had fallen in the wars that followed, and the knowledge of where the spirit was bound had passed from common memory into archive and from archive into legend. He had not known, until this moment, what had become of that ancient prisoner, whether it still lingered or had somehow found release. Gandalf felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. If the binding had been forgotten by even the elves, how easily might such things be lost entirely? How many other ancient workings lay scattered across Middle-earth, their purposes obscured by time, waiting to be accidentally disturbed by those who had no understanding of what they touched? The thought troubled him deeply, for it spoke to a larger truth he had been trying not to acknowledge. The world was changing, the old powers fading, and the knowledge that had once been commonplace was becoming rare and precious. The elves were leaving, sailing one by one into the west, taking with them millennia of accumulated wisdom. The wizards themselves were few, and their attention was increasingly focused on the growing threat of Sauron, rather than the quieter work of preserving ancient lore. And men, who would inherit Middle-earth when the elder races departed, had such brief lives that knowledge could vanish in a single generation if it was not carefully passed down. Lindor seemed to sense Gandalf's troubled thoughts, for he reached out and placed a hand on the wizard's shoulder. He spoke then of why he himself was travelling these remote roads, far from the forests of his birth. He was journeying west, he said, to the grey havens where the white ships waited to carry elves beyond the circles of the world. The time had come for him to depart Middle-earth, to leave behind the lands that had been his home since the stars were young. There was sorrow in his voice, but also a kind of relief, and Gandalf understood. The weight of immortality in a changing world was a burden that few who did not bear it could comprehend. To watch friends age and die, to see kingdoms rise and fall like the turning of seasons, to know that everything you built would eventually crumble while you endured unchanged, it wore upon the spirit in ways that mortal beings could not imagine. Yet Lindor had one final task before he departed, one last piece of knowledge he wished to preserve. From his pack, he withdrew a small book, its pages covered in the flowing script of Sindarin. It was his personal journal, he explained, containing observations and lore gathered over 3,000 years of life in Middle-earth, notes on herbs and their properties, on the patterns of stars and seasons, on the nature of various creatures and the geographies of lands both settled and wild. Nothing world-shaking, no great secrets or powerful spells, merely the accumulated wisdom of an immortal being who had paid attention to the world around him. He could not take it with him when he sailed, Lindor said. The knowledge was meant for Middle-earth, for those who would remain after the elves had gone. Would Gandalf accept it, add it to whatever archive he deemed most appropriate, ensure that it would be there for future generations who might have need of such things? Gandalf took the book with hands that trembled slightly, understanding the weight of trust being placed in him. This was more than mere pages and ink. This was a piece of Elvenkind's legacy, a small fragment of the vast store of knowledge that would be lost when the last ship sailed. He promised solemnly that he would guard it well, that it would find its way to Rivendell's libraries where Elrond's scribes would copy and preserve it. They spoke long into the night, sharing memories of times past and reflections on the nature of change. Lindor asked about the villagers of Thornhaven, curious about these men who had accomplished what even trained elven practitioners might have struggled with. Gandalf described them fondly, emphasizing their courage and their capacity for compassion, even in the face of fear. Perhaps, the wizard suggested, this was cause for hope. If ordinary mortals could achieve such things when necessity demanded, then maybe the future was not as dark as it sometimes seemed. Lindor smiled at this, a genuine expression that softened his weary features. He said that he would carry the thought with him across the sea, a final gift from Middle-earth to sustain him in the ageless lands beyond. As the fire burned down to embers and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient dance, both travellers settled into rest, each carrying thoughts of endings and beginnings, of what was passing and what might yet endure. Morning came gently to the moorlands, the sun rising through veils of mist that clung to the hollows and turned the world into a place of soft edges and uncertain distances. Gandalf woke to find Lindor already preparing for departure, his few possessions packed with the efficient precision of one who had travelled light for many years. They shared a simple breakfast of whey bread and water from a nearby stream, speaking little but finding comfort in the companionship of the moment. When the time came to part, they stood facing each other in the pale morning light, two beings who had walked Middle-earth through ages that would have been incomprehensible to mortal minds. Lindor clasped Gandalf's hand in the elven manner, and there passed between them an understanding that needed no words. They would not meet again in this life, in this world. The elf's road led to the havens and beyond, while Gandalf's path wound onward through the troubles and trials of Middle-earth for however many years remained before his own task was complete. Lindor turned and walked westward, his footsteps leaving no trace in the dew-wet grass, his form seeming to fade into the morning mist as though he were already halfway departed from the world. Gandalf watched until he could no longer distinguish the elf from the play of light and shadow, then mounted his horse and turned south. Lindor's journal safely tucked in his pack alongside other treasures and burdens, he carried on his endless wandering. The days that followed took on a meditative quality as Gandalf travelled through lands that grew gradually more settled and tame. He passed through small villages where people went about their daily work with no knowledge of ancient spirits or elven departures, concerned only with harvests and weather and the small dramas that made up the fabric of their lives. There was comfort in this, a reminder that for all the great events and cosmic struggles that occupied the attention of wizards and elves, most of life consisted of these simple rhythms, these ordinary moments of connection and striving. In one such village, he stopped to water his horse and found himself drawn into conversation with an old woman who kept the local inn. She reminded him somewhat of Hester from Thornhaven, possessing the same shrewd kindness and unflappable practicality. Over a cup of ale, she told him local news and gossip, speaking of a difficult harvest that had nevertheless yielded enough to see them through the winter, of a wedding planned for spring, of a young couple expecting their first child. She asked where he was bound, and Gandalf answered truthfully that he was not entirely sure, that his path would reveal itself as he walked it. The old woman nodded as though this made perfect sense, saying that she had always thought that was the best way to travel, letting the road itself do the guiding. Her husband had been like that, she said, a wanderer in his youth who had only settled down when he met her and decided that perhaps staying in one place with one person had its own adventures to offer. Gandalf found himself speaking more freely than he usually did with strangers, perhaps loosened by the events at Thornhaven or by the parting with Lindor. He told her about the village he'd recently visited, describing in general terms the trouble they had faced, and how they had overcome it through unity and compassion. The old woman listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking questions that showed she understood more than her simple appearance might suggest. When he finished, she sat quiet for a moment, then spoke words that struck Gandalf as carrying unexpected wisdom. She said that every generation thought its troubles were unique, that the challenges it faced were unprecedented and insurmountable. But in her experience, the same essential problems arose again and again, wearing different faces but fundamentally unchanged. Fear, greed, the temptation to choose power over kindness, the difficulty of showing mercy to what seemed monstrous or alien. These were eternal struggles, and the only thing that really mattered was whether each generation found the courage to choose rightly when their moment came. Gandalf raised his cup to her in silent salute, recognizing a fellow philosopher despite the differences in their stations and spans of life. They talked for another hour, ranging over topics from the nature of courage to the best way to brew ale, and when Gandalf finally took his leave, he felt somehow lightened, reminded that wisdom could be found in unexpected places and that his long years had not taught him everything worth knowing. The road led him next through a stretch of wild country where few dwelt, a region of rocky hills and swift streams that was beautiful in its untamed way. Here he saw deer moving in silent herds through the early morning, and once caught a glimpse of a great eagle circling high overhead, its wings barely moving as it rode the thermals. The sight made him think of older times, of alliances between the speaking peoples and the great birds, of messages carried across vast distances with speed no horse could match. Much was passing from the world, he reflected as he rode through that empty land. Not just the elves with their accumulated knowledge, but entire ways of being, ancient connections and understandings that had once linked all the free peoples of Middle-earth. The eagles still flew, the Ents still walked in their forests, the dwarves still delved their mountains, but the bonds that had once united these disparate folk in common cause were fraying. Each kindred was turning inward, focused on its own survival, forgetting the larger patterns that had once made cooperation natural rather than exceptional. Yet perhaps this too was part of the necessary change, the painful process of one age giving way to another. The dominion of elves and dwarves and other elder races was ending, not because they were conquered, but because their time was simply passing. Men were the coming power, for good or ill, and the world would be shaped by their choices in the ages ahead. The thought brought both hope and trepidation, for Gandalf had seen the best and worst that men were capable of, their capacity for both profound nobility and terrible cruelty. The villagers of Thornhaven represented the former, he thought with satisfaction. Ordinary men with no special gifts or training who had nevertheless risen to an extraordinary challenge, who had chosen compassion over fear and mercy over vengeance. If that quality could be preserved and passed down, if each generation could teach the next that strength lay not in domination, but in service, then perhaps the fading of the elder races would not leave the world diminished but merely changed, transformed into something different but not necessarily worse. As evening approached, Gandalf found himself on a hilltop overlooking a wide valley where a river wound like a silver ribbon through fields and scattered woodlands. Somewhere in that valley, though too distant to see from his vantage point, lay Rivendell, the last homely house, where he would deliver Lindor's journal and perhaps rest for a time before his road called him onward again. The thought of Elrond's house with its libraries and gardens, its fountains and halls of memory, filled him with a warmth that was almost like coming home. But he would not reach it tonight. Instead, he made camp where he was, on the hilltop beneath the emerging stars, building a small fire more for its comfort and companionship than for any need of warmth. As the flames caught and began to dance, he thought of all the fires he'd sat beside through the long years, fires in the halls of kings and the hovels of peasants, fires in wilderness and city, each one a small point of light pushing back the darkness. Fire had been the first gift of the Valar to the peoples of Middle-earth, the first tool that separated the civilized from the wild, and in fire there was both destruction and creation, both danger and comfort, a duality that reflected the nature of existence itself. The spirit that had been bound in Thornhaven had been consumed by fire, its prison destroyed by lightning's flame, yet from that destruction had come liberation and ultimately blessing. Perhaps there was a lesson in that, a reminder that endings were not always tragedies, that sometimes what appeared to be loss was actually transformation. Gandalf drew out his pipe and filled it with good leaf, sending smoke rings into the night air where they drifted upward toward the stars. Those stars had looked down on Middle-earth since before the sun and moon were made, ancient and unchanging, witnesses to all that had transpired in the lands below. They would continue to shine long after he was gone, after all the current struggles were resolved one way or another, after even the memory of this age had faded into legend and myth. The thought might have been melancholy, but Gandalf found it strangely comforting instead. There was a rightness to the passage of time, to the way each age gave place to the next, each generation making way for those who followed. His task was not to prevent change, but to ensure that the transition happened as gently as possible, that the wisdom of the past was not entirely lost, but preserved for those who would come after. The journey to Rivendell took another 2 days, and Gandalf travelled them in a contemplative mood, his mind returning again and again to the events at Thornhaven and the encounter with Lindor. There was a pattern emerging in his thoughts, a connection between the bound spirit seeking release and the elves departing Middle-earth, between the villagers learning ancient words and the preservation of knowledge in an age of fading. All of it spoke to the great turning of the wheel, the slow but inexorable passage from one age to the next. The road descended from the moorlands into more hospitable country where autumn had painted every hillside in shades of gold and russet. Orchards heavy with late fruit lined the way, and farmers waved in greeting as he passed, recognising in his grey robes and tall staff the figure of a wanderer who brought no threat. Children playing in the fields would sometimes run alongside his horse for a stretch, laughing and asking if he knew any stories or could perform magic tricks. Gandalf obliged when time permitted, sending up small fireworks or conjuring butterflies made of coloured light that delighted the youngsters before fading back into the air from which they had been shaped. These small interactions filled him with quiet joy, reminding him why he walked among the peoples of Middle-earth rather than remaining in places of power where great events were decided. For all the importance of councils and strategies, of ancient lore and magical workings, it was these simple moments of connection that gave meaning to the larger struggles. What use was saving the world if there were no children to laugh at butterfly tricks, no farmers to tend their orchards, no quiet evenings around countless hearths where families gathered in peace and safety? As he approached Rivendell, the land itself seemed to welcome him. The air grew sweeter, carrying scents of pine and cedar, of flowers that bloomed even as autumn deepened into winter. The sound of water was everywhere, streams and waterfalls singing in harmonies that seemed almost deliberate, as though the very landscape participated in the music of the elves who dwelt here. Gandalf felt the tension he had carried since leaving Thornhaven begin to ease, his shoulders relaxing as he crossed the last ridge and looked down into the valley where Elrond's house nestled among its gardens and groves. The guards at the ford recognised him immediately and called out greetings in Sindarin. He answered in kind, exchanging pleasantries about the weather and the state of the roads before continuing on to the house itself. Elrond met him in the courtyard, the ageless elf lord's face breaking into a smile of genuine welcome. They embraced as old friends do, and Gandalf felt the accumulated weariness of his journey finally catch up with him, now that he'd reached a place where he could safely rest. Over dinner in the Hall of Fire, surrounded by the gentle music of elven harps and the soft conversations of Rivendell's residents, Gandalf recounted in detail what had transpired at Thornhaven. Elrond listened with his characteristic intensity, asking occasional questions that showed his deep understanding of the forces involved. When Gandalf finished, the Elf Lord sat in thoughtful silence for a long moment before speaking. He said that Gandalf had done well, that the choice to teach the villagers to perform the unbinding themselves rather than simply doing it for them had been wise. The experience would strengthen them, would become part of their community's story and identity, shaping their choices for generations to come, and the spirit's blessing would indeed ensure their prosperity, though Elrond suspected its true value would lie not in material abundance, but in the connection it fostered between the people and the land they inhabited. Gandalf then produced Lindor's journal and explained its provenance. Elrond took it with reverent care, understanding immediately the significance of the gift. He promised that it would be copied by his finest scribes, with versions placed in multiple libraries across Middle-earth to ensure its preservation. The knowledge it contained would not be lost, would be available to those who came after, when such wisdom might mean the difference between thriving and merely surviving. They spoke long into the night, as they had done many times over the centuries, sharing news and observations, discussing the state of the world and the growing shadow in the east. Elrond was troubled by reports from his sons and other scouts, tales of increasing orc activity and strange movements in lands that had long been quiet. Gandalf shared these concerns, but also spoke of reasons for hope, of the courage he had witnessed in Thornhaven and other places, the resilience of ordinary folk who refused to surrender to despair even when circumstances seemed darkest. In the days that followed, Gandalf rested in Rivendell's peace, walking in gardens where summer and autumn seemed to exist simultaneously, reading in libraries where the accumulated wisdom of ages lined every wall, and conversing with scholars both elven and mortal, who came to the last homely house seeking knowledge. He assisted Elrond's scribes in copying Lindor's journal, adding his own annotations where his experiences confirmed or expanded upon the elf's observations. One afternoon, while sitting beside one of Rivendell's many fountains, Gandalf found himself in conversation with a young scholar from the south, a woman who had travelled far to consult Elrond's archives regarding certain obscure points of ancient history. She asked him about his travels, about the strangest or most wondrous thing he had encountered, and Gandalf surprised himself by speaking not of dragons or battles or the great events that featured in songs and legends, but of the villagers of Thornhaven. He described their courage in facing the unknown, their willingness to trust and work together, even when fear urged them to turn on each other, their capacity to show mercy to something they had every reason to destroy. The young scholar listened intently, and when he finished, she said something that lodged in his mind like a seed waiting to sprout. She said that perhaps such stories were more important than the grand epics, that the small acts of courage and compassion performed by ordinary people were what actually held the world together, while heroes battled in distant lands. Gandalf pondered this thought as the days passed, and he prepared to resume his wandering. There was truth in it, he decided, a truth he had always known but had perhaps not fully articulated even to himself. The great battles and mighty workings of power shaped the broad currents of history as certainly, but it was the countless small choices made every day by people no one would remember that determined whether that history flowed toward light or darkness. When at last he departed Rivendell, riding out on a crisp morning with the autumn sun painting the valley in shades of gold, he carried with him not just Elrond's good wishes and a pack freshly provisioned, but a renewed sense of purpose. His path would take him onward through Middle-earth, to places and peoples who needed whatever wisdom or assistance he could offer, and he would go gladly, knowing that his work mattered even when its fruits were small and easily overlooked. The road stretched before him, winding through lands both familiar and strange, and somewhere ahead lay trials and challenges he could not yet foresee. But also ahead lay moments of connection and grace, opportunities to witness courage in unexpected places, chances to help preserve knowledge and kindle hope. This was the task he had been given, the purpose that had called him from the undying lands to walking as a wanderer in grey among the peoples of Middle-earth, and he would fulfill it for as long as strength remained to him. As he rode, Gandalf found himself thinking once more of the spirit that had been bound so long and was now free, released through an act of mercy to pass beyond all pain and confusion into whatever peace awaited such beings. In a way, he thought, all of Middle-earth was like that spirit, bound by ancient patterns and old griefs, slowly transforming as one age gave way to the next. And perhaps his role, and the role of all who served the light, was simply to ease that transformation, to ensure it happened with as much grace and as little suffering as possible. The thought brought him comfort as the miles passed beneath his horse's hooves, as the sun climbed toward its zenith and painted the world in clear, bright autumn light. Somewhere ahead, beyond the next hill or the next valley, someone would need help, and he would be there to offer it. Somewhere in the wide world, suffering could be eased and knowledge preserved and hope kindled. This was enough. This had always been enough. And so, Gandalf the Grey rode onward through Middle-earth in those ancient days, carrying with him the memory of Thornhaven's courage and Lindor's trust, the blessing of a freed spirit and the wisdom of countless roads travelled. Behind him lay peace restored and knowledge preserved. Ahead lay the endless turning of the world and his place in it, a wandering wizard with a staff and a purpose, walking the long road that all must travel until journey's end. The sun shone warm upon his shoulders, and the road sang beneath his horse's feet, and all was as it should be in that moment of that day in the turning of the age, and Gandalf was content. Story 2. In the waning days of the Second Age, when the shadows had not yet gathered their full strength but whispered quietly in forgotten corners of Middle-earth, there came a time when Gandalf the Grey walked the ancient paths between Rivendell and the Shire. The leaves were turning in the great forests, painting the world in hues of copper and gold, and the air carried upon it the scent of distant rain and the promise of changing seasons. It was during these wanderings that word reached the wizard of a peculiar disturbance in the hills beyond Bree, in a region where few travellers ventured and fewer still returned, with tales worth the telling. The message had come by way of a ranger, one of those silent watchers who kept vigil over the wild lands, and his words were few but weighted with concern. Strange lights had been seen dancing upon the hilltops at night, he said, and the local folk spoke in hushed tones of voices that called out from the mists, luring the unwary into the wilderness from which they sometimes emerged days later, confused and speaking of things that made no sense to mortal ears. Gandalf had heard such tales before, in other lands and other times, and they troubled him deeply. For he knew that when the boundaries between the waking world and the realm of dreams grew thin, mischief could easily slip through, and what began as harmless enchantment might swiftly turn to something darker and more dangerous. With his staff in hand and his grey cloak pulled tight against the autumn wind, he set his feet upon the road that would lead him to this troubled place. The journey took him through country that grew steadily wilder and more remote. The well-tended fields and cheerful homesteads near Bree gave way to rougher terrain, where ancient stone walls crumbled into ruin, and the few farms that remained were separated by long stretches of empty moorland. The people he passed seemed withdrawn and wary, hurrying about their business with eyes downcast, and when he attempted to engage them in conversation, they offered only brief nervous replies before hastening away. On the third day of his travels, as evening shadows began to lengthen across the hills, Gandalf came upon a small inn that stood alone beside the road. The building was old but well maintained, its walls of grey stone weathered by countless seasons, and smoke rose invitingly from its chimney. A painted sign swung gently in the breeze, depicting a silver moon above rolling hills, and beneath it the name was written in faded letters that read "The Wanderer's Rest." The wizard pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside, grateful for the warmth that greeted him. The common room was small and low-ceilinged, with dark wooden beams overhead and a fire crackling merrily in a great stone hearth. A handful of locals sat at scattered tables, their conversations falling to whispers as the stranger entered, and behind the bar stood a stout man with a weathered face and shrewd eyes that took in every detail of his unexpected guest. Gandalf approached the bar and requested a room for the night, along with a hot meal and perhaps some news of the surrounding country. The innkeeper, whose name proved to be Barrowman Stone, regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and caution before nodding slowly and reaching for a key that hung upon the wall behind him. "You'll be the wizard folk have been speaking of," he said, and it was not quite a question. Word travels fast in these parts, even when people would rather it didn't. "You've come about the lights and the voices, I'd wager." Gandalf settled himself upon a stool and accepted the mug of ale that Barrowman poured for him. "I've heard troubling reports," he admitted, and thought it wise to investigate. "What can you tell me of these strange occurrences?" The innkeeper glanced around the common room, noting how the other patrons had returned to their quiet conversations, though Gandalf suspected more than one ear remained tuned to their discussion. Barrowman leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "It started perhaps 2 months past," he said. "At first it was just odd feelings, you understand? People walking the hill paths at dusk would report a sense of being watched, or hearing music that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Then came the lights, dancing on the hilltops like will-o'-wisps, blue and green and silver, weaving patterns that hurt the eyes to follow. And the voices?" Gandalf prompted gently. "Aye, those came later. Beautiful voices, some say, singing songs in languages nobody knows. Others claim they hear their names being called, or the voices of loved ones who've long since passed on." A few folk have followed those voices into the hills. Most come back within a day or two, addled and exhausted but unharmed. But young Tam Bracken, he's been gone near on a fortnight now, and his mother's beside herself with worry. Gandalf's expression grew grave. Has anyone investigated the hills themselves? Searched for the source of these manifestations? Barrowman shook his head. We're simple folk here, wizard. We know better than to go poking about in matters of magic and enchantment. That's work for those who understand such things, which is why, if you'll forgive me saying so, we're right glad you've come. The wizard sipped his ale thoughtfully, his keen eyes distant as he considered what he'd heard. Tell me, he said at length, has there been any other unusual activity in the region? Changes in the land, perhaps, or the discovery of old ruins or artifacts? The innkeeper pursed his lips, thinking, well, now that you mention it, there was something. About 3 months back, some local lads were hunting rabbits up on Greystone Hill. They found an old barrow that had been exposed by a landslide. Nothing valuable inside, they said, just some ancient bones and broken pottery. They left it alone after that, being sensible enough not to disturb the dead. Gandalf set down his mug with a decisive motion. And where might I find this Greystone Hill? Barrowman pointed toward the north, about 3 miles up the Old Drovers Road, then east along the ridgeline. You can't miss it. There's a standing stone at the summit, tall as 2 men, that's been there since before anyone can remember. The wizard rose from his seat. I shall rest here tonight, but come morning I will investigate this barrow. And Barrowman, if you would be so kind, might I speak with Tam Bracken's mother? I should like to know more about her son's disappearance. The innkeeper nodded readily. I'll send word to her. She lives just down the lane. I'm sure she'll be here within the hour, eager for any hope of news. True to Barrowman's word, a woman appeared at the inn before Gandalf had finished his supper. She was thin and careworn, her hair streaked with grey, though she could not have seen more than 40 winters, and her eyes held the hollow look of one who has not slept properly in many nights. She approached Gandalf's table with hesitant steps, twisting a worn handkerchief between her hands. The wizard rose and offered her a seat, speaking gently. Your Mistress Bracken, please sit. I'm told your son has gone missing. She sank into the chair as though her legs would no longer support her. 3 weeks ago, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. 3 weeks tomorrow. He went out to check the sheep at dusk, as he always did, and he never came home. We found his crook lying in the meadow below Greystone Hill, but of Tam himself, not a trace. Did he speak to you before he left? Gandalf asked. Did he seem troubled or mention anything unusual? The woman shook her head, then paused. Now that I think on it, he'd been strange for a few days before he disappeared. Distracted-like. He'd stop in the middle of tasks and tilt his head as if listening to something I couldn't hear. When I asked him what was wrong, he'd just smile and say it was nothing. But his eyes had a faraway look that frightened me. Gandalf reached across the table and took her hand gently in his own. I will do everything in my power to find your son, Mistress Bracken. I have walked many roads and faced many perils, and I do not believe your Tam is beyond help. But you must prepare yourself for the possibility that when I find him, he may not be quite as you remember. The woman's eyes filled with tears. I just want him home, she whispered. However changed he may be, I just want my boy home. Dawn broke cold and grey over the hills, with mist clinging to the hollows like breath upon glass. Gandalf rose with the first light, having spent a restless night contemplating what manner of enchantment might be at work in this lonely corner of Middle-earth. He had encountered many strange things in his long wandering, from the fell sorceries of ancient spirits to the innocent but troublesome magic of places where the natural order grew thin and wayward. The tale of the disturbed barrow troubled him particularly, for he knew that some slumbers, once broken, released influences that had been better left undisturbed. After a simple breakfast of bread and cheese provided by Barrowman, who had risen early to see him off, Gandalf gathered his belongings and set forth. The innkeeper had offered to accompany him, or at least to send for some of the local men who knew the hills, but the wizard had gently declined. Whatever awaited him on Greystone Hill, he sensed it would be better faced alone, or at least without placing others in unnecessary danger. The Old Drovers Road ran north from the inn, a track worn deep by centuries of cattle being moved to and from distant markets. In better times it would have been busy with traffic, but now Gandalf walked in solitude, seeing no other travellers in either direction. The land around him was beautiful in its wild way, with heather blooming purple across the slopes and small streams tumbling down from the heights in a constant music of water over stone. As he walked, the wizard's keen eyes noted details that others might have missed. Here, a patch of wildflowers growing in an unusually perfect circle. There, a tree whose branches all bent in the same direction, as though permanently pushed by a wind that no longer blew. These were small things, subtle signs, but they spoke to Gandalf of a land where enchantment had taken root and was slowly spreading its influence outward, like ripples on a pond. After an hour's steady walking, he reached the place where the track branched eastward along a ridgeline. This path was narrower and less well maintained, more of a shepherd's trail than a proper road, winding between rocky outcrops and patches of gorse that caught at his grey robes as he passed. The mist had not lifted with the sunrise as it usually did, but seemed to grow thicker the higher he climbed, until he could see no more than a dozen paces in any direction. Yet Gandalf was not troubled by the obscured vision. He had other senses beyond those of ordinary sight, and he could feel the presence of the hill rising before him, like a great stone ship emerging from a sea of white. The air itself seemed to hum with a faint vibration, just at the edge of hearing, and he recognized it as the residue of ancient power, neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but simply old beyond reckoning. At last the standing stone appeared before him, looming suddenly out of the mist like a grey giant. It was indeed tall, perhaps 12 feet or more, a monolith of weathered granite that had been shaped by no mortal hand, but had been raised with great labour in an age when the world was younger. Strange markings covered its surface, worn smooth by wind and rain until they were barely visible. But Gandalf could make out the suggestion of spirals and interlocking circles, patterns that spoke of the stars and the turning of seasons and the deep magic of the earth itself. He stood before the stone for a long moment, one hand resting upon its cold surface, feeling the power that slumbered within. This was a marker, he understood, placed here by the people of elder days to denote a threshold between the ordinary world and a place that was somehow set apart. Not evil, precisely, but other. A place where the normal rules did not quite apply, where time might flow differently, and where those who entered unwary might find themselves caught between one reality and another. Beyond the standing stone, the land sloped gently upward to the summit of Greystone Hill. The mist swirled more thickly here, moving with a purposeful grace that suggested intelligence rather than mere wind. Gandalf proceeded carefully, his staff held before him, speaking words of power under his breath that caused the tip to glow with a soft silver light. The light seemed to push back the mist slightly, creating a small sphere of clearer air around him as he walked. It did not take long to find the barrow. The landslide that had exposed it had carved a great gash in the hillside, revealing ancient stonework that had been hidden beneath earth and turf for untold centuries. The entrance was a low opening, scarcely large enough for a man to enter without stooping, and it breathed out cold air that carried with it the scent of stone and darkness and things long buried. Gandalf paused at the threshold, extending his senses into the depths below. He could feel no immediate danger, no malevolent presence waiting in the shadows, but there was something there nonetheless, a watching quality, a sense of attention focused upon him from somewhere in the darkness. Not hostile, but curious, waiting. He bent low and entered the barrow, his staff light illuminating the passage beyond. The tunnel sloped downward, its walls made of carefully fitted stones that showed the skill of their ancient builders. In places, the landslide had caused some displacement, with earth and rubble partially blocking the way, but there was still room to pass. The air grew colder as he descended, and the silence was absolute, broken only by the soft sound of his own breathing and the whisper of his robes against stone. The passage opened into a burial chamber, a circular room perhaps 20 feet across, its domed ceiling supported by cunningly placed stones that had held firm through all the long years. As Barrowman had reported, there was little here of obvious value. The bones of the ancient dead lay upon stone slabs around the chamber's perimeter, their grave goods long since crumbled to dust and fragments. Broken pottery littered the floor, along with the rust-stained remains of what might once have been weapons or tools. But Gandalf's attention was drawn immediately to the centre of the chamber, where something that should not have been there stood in perfect silence. It was a mirror, tall and oval, set in a frame of dark wood that showed no sign of age or decay despite the countless years it must have lain in this place. The surface of the mirror was not glass, but something else. Something that shimmered and shifted like water under moonlight, and Gandalf felt his breath catch as he beheld it. This was no ordinary artifact. This was a seeing glass, wrought with great skill and imbued with power that still hummed through the chamber like a plucked harp string. Such things had been made in the elder days by craftsmen whose knowledge was now lost, mirrors that could show not merely reflections but visions of distant places or times past, or possibilities yet to come. They were rare beyond measure and dangerous in ways that few could understand, for the visions they showed were not always true, and those who gazed too long into their depths might find themselves unable to look away. Gandalf approached the mirror slowly, careful not to look directly into its surface. Even from the corner of his eye he could see that it showed not the chamber around him, but something else entirely. Rolling green hills beneath a sky of impossible blue. Figures moving in the distance, dancing in circles to music he could not hear, and faces, so many faces, pressed close to the surface as though trying to break through from the other side. Now he understood. The barrow had been sealed not merely to honour the dead, but to contain this mirror, to keep it hidden and dormant where it could work no mischief upon the living world. But the landslide had broken those ancient wards, and the mirror had awakened. Its power had begun to seep out into the surrounding countryside, calling to those who were susceptible to its lure, drawing them towards visions of beauty and wonder that existed only in the realm between dreaming and waking. Young Tam Bracken had heard that call, as had others. They had come to this place and gazed into the mirror, and what they had seen there had captured their minds and spirits, holding them fast in a waking dream from which they could not escape. Some had been strong enough to break free after a time, stumbling back to their homes confused and exhausted. But others, like Tam, had been held more firmly, their consciousness trapped within the mirror's depths while their bodies wandered lost in the mists. Gandalf stood in the chamber for a long while, contemplating the mirror and the problem it presented. He could not simply destroy it, for artifacts of such power did not yield easily to violence, and any attempt to shatter it might release all the trapped souls at once in a catastrophic burst of uncontrolled magic. Nor could he merely seal the barrow again and hope that would be sufficient, for the wards that had once contained the mirror's influence had been broken, and it would take time and knowledge he did not currently possess to restore them properly. The wizard moved slowly around the chamber, examining the mirror from different angles without allowing his gaze to fall directly upon its surface. He could feel the pull of it, subtle but insistent, like a voice calling his name from a great distance. It wanted to show him things, he knew, visions of times past and possibilities yet to come, reflections of his deepest desires and his darkest fears. The mirror cared nothing for truth or falsehood, only for the capturing of attention, the ensnaring of consciousness in its endless dance of images. As he circled, Gandalf noticed something he had not seen before. Around the base of the mirror, carved into the stone floor itself, was a ring of runes in a script so ancient that even he, with all his long years of scholarship, could barely decipher them. He knelt carefully, tracing the symbols with one finger, speaking their names aloud in the language of their making. They were words of binding and summoning, of threshold and passage, and as he read them, understanding slowly dawned. The mirror was not merely a seeing glass, but a doorway of sorts, a portal between the waking world and the realm of dreams and visions. Those who looked into it did not simply see images, but were drawn partially through, their spirits stepping across that threshold while their bodies remained behind. In that in-between place, they could wander endlessly through landscapes of imagination and memory, lost in a maze that had no walls and no exit save the mirror itself. But if the mirror was a doorway, then it could be entered deliberately, by one who knew the way and had the strength to resist its pull. Gandalf could go through and search for the lost souls, bringing them back to their bodies before they wandered so far that return became impossible. It would be dangerous, for he too might become lost in that realm of dreams, but he had walked in stranger places than this and had always found his way home. Rising to his feet, Gandalf began to make preparations. From the pouches at his belt he drew forth certain herbs and powders, sprinkling them in a careful circle around the mirror. He spoke words of protection and clarity, weaving a spell that would serve as a thread to guide him back, a silver cord connecting his spirit to his body, no matter how far he might wander in the dream realm. The air in the chamber grew thick with power, and the walls themselves seemed to resonate with the sound of his voice. When all was ready, Gandalf planted his staff firmly before him, both hands gripping it tightly. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind and heart, and then, for the first time since entering the barrow, he looked directly into the mirror's shimmering surface. The world fell away. Gandalf found himself standing in a place that was not quite a place, under a sky that was not quite a sky. All around him stretched meadows of silver grass beneath stars that shone with colours he'd never seen before. The air was filled with music, faint and ethereal, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was beautiful, achingly so, and he understood immediately why those who came here found it so difficult to leave. But Gandalf was no ordinary wanderer in this realm. His will was strong, tempered by centuries of struggle against darkness, and he knew the difference between true beauty and the seductive illusion of it. He could see the cracks in this dreamscape, the places where the vision repeated itself, where the same tree appeared twice in different locations, where the music stuttered and began again like a melody played on a broken instrument. He began to walk, following a path that appeared beneath his feet as he moved. The landscape shifted around him with each step, meadows giving way to forests, forests to mountains, mountains to shores beside seas of liquid starlight. Time had no meaning here, and distance was measured not in miles but in states of mind. He might have walked for moments or for years. There was no way to know. As he travelled, Gandalf called out, his voice echoing strangely through the dreamscape. He called for Tambraken and for any others who might be lost in this place, offering guidance and the promise of return. At first there was no response save the endless music and the whisper of silver grass beneath an impossible wind, but gradually he began to sense presences in the distance, flickering like candle flames at the edge of vision. The first he found was an old woman, sitting beside a stream that flowed upward instead of down, her eyes fixed on the water with an expression of profound peace. Gandalf knelt beside her and spoke her name, which he somehow knew without having heard it before, for in this place all things were connected, and knowledge flowed like water through open channels. She was Elder Thornton, and she had been missing from her home for 5 days, though to her it seemed only hours. "Come," Gandalf said gently, taking her hand. "It is time to return to the waking world. Your family grieves for you." But she shook her head, smiling. "Why should I return? Here there is no pain, no sorrow. Here I am young again, and the burden of years is lifted from my shoulders. Let me stay." "What you feel is not youth, but forgetting," Gandalf replied. "This place shows you only what you wish to see, and in doing so, it takes from you everything that makes you truly yourself. Your memories, your experiences, the love you have shared and the wisdom you have earned, all of it will fade if you remain here. You will become nothing but a reflection in the mirror, an image with no substance." He could see the doubt beginning to creep into her eyes, the first crack in the enchantment that held her. Gently but firmly he helped her to her feet and turned her toward the path he had walked. "Follow this way," he instructed, "and it will lead you back to yourself. Do not look aside, do not stop, and do not listen if you hear voices calling you to stay. Trust in what I tell you, and you will wake in your own bed before another day has passed." The old woman nodded slowly, and Gandalf watched as she began to walk along the path. With each step she seemed to grow more solid, more real, until at last she faded from his sight entirely, returned to the waking world and her own body. He found others as he continued his search. A young man who had become convinced he was a king ruling over a vast kingdom, unable to recognize that his subjects were merely reflections and his castle made of clouds. A child who played endlessly in fields that never changed, chasing butterflies that were always just out of reach. Each one required patience and careful words, for the enchantment that held them was woven from their own desires and could not simply be broken by force. But of Tambraken, there was no sign. Gandalf walked deeper into the dreamscape through regions that grew progressively stranger and more abstract. Here the very laws of nature seemed to bend and break, with rivers flowing in circles and trees growing downward into earth that was also sky. The music grew louder and more insistent, and he began to see figures dancing in the distance, moving in patterns that hurt the mind to follow. It was among these dancers that he finally found Tam. The young man moved with the others in an endless reel, his face blank with ecstasy, his eyes seeing nothing but the dance itself. He had been here longer than any of the others, and the dreamscape had woven itself more deeply into his being. His body in the waking world would be weak now, perhaps near death from lack of food and water, and if he was not brought back soon, it would be too late. Gandalf approached carefully, timing his movements to match the rhythm of the dance. He could not simply grab Tam and pull him away, for the shock might shatter the young man's mind. Instead, he had to enter the dance himself, to become part of it, and then gradually lead Tam away from the pattern and back toward waking. The wizard stepped into the circle, and immediately he felt the pull of the dance trying to claim him as well. The music thundered in his ears, and his feet wanted to move of their own accord, following steps he'd never learned but somehow knew. For a dangerous moment, he felt himself beginning to slip, his sense of purpose wavering as the pure joy of the movement flooded through him. But Gandalf was old in power and wisdom, and he had not come so far to be caught now. He held fast his intention, keeping his mind clear even as his body moved in time with the dancers. He made his way through the whirling figures until he stood beside Tam, matching the young man step for step, turn for turn. Then, so softly that it was barely audible above the music, Gandalf began to sing. Not the wild melody of the dance, but something else. A simple tune, old and familiar, a lullaby that mothers sang to their children in the lands near Bree. It was a song about coming home, about the warmth of hearth fires and the comfort of familiar things, about the love that waited no matter how far one might wander. At first, Tam seemed not to hear the song at all, his movements continuing in perfect synchronization with the other dancers. But Gandalf persisted, weaving the melody through the louder music of the dreamscape, making it a thread of memory and connection that reached toward the part of Tam that still remembered the waking world. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the young man's steps began to falter. His eyes, which had been blank and distant, showed the first flicker of confusion. Gandalf sang on, his voice growing stronger, and he began to sing words as well as melody. He sang of Tam's mother waiting at home, of the sheep that needed tending, of the simple pleasures of an autumn evening and the taste of fresh bread. He sang of all the small, ordinary things that made up a life, things that seemed trivial compared to the magnificent beauty of the dreamscape, but which were, in truth, infinitely more precious because they were real. The confusion in Tam's eyes deepened, and he stumbled in the dance. The other figures whirled around him, their movements growing more frantic as though trying to pull him back into the pattern, but Gandalf stepped closer, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. The touch was like an anchor, a connection to something solid and true, and Tam gasped as though surfacing from deep water. "Where am I?" he whispered, his voice hoarse and uncertain. "How long have I been here?" "That does not matter now," Gandalf replied gently. "What matters is that you remember who you are and where you belong. Look at me, Tam Bracken. Truly look and see." The young man's gaze focused on Gandalf's face, and in that moment of genuine seeing the enchantment began to break. The dancing figures around them grew fainter, their movements slowing, and the music that had seemed so compelling moments before now sounded hollow and repetitive. Tam looked down at his own hands as though seeing them for the first time, and his expression shifted from confusion to dawning horror. "I have been dancing," he said. "Dancing for days, perhaps weeks. I could not stop. Every time I tried to remember where I was or how I had come here, the music would grow louder and I would forget again." His voice broke. "Am I dying? Is this death?" "No," Gandalf assured him. "You are caught between waking and dreaming, held by the power of an ancient mirror. But you are not dead, and you will not die if you have the courage to follow me back to yourself." He began to lead Tam away from the dancing circle, and the young man followed on unsteady legs. Behind them, the other dancers continued their endless reel, but their forms were growing more transparent, less substantial, as though they were fading back into the dreamscape itself. These were not people, Gandalf realized, but echoes of those who had been caught here long ago, their consciousness so completely absorbed into the mirror's realm that nothing remained of them in the waking world. They were lost beyond redemption, and would dance here until the mirror itself was destroyed or its power finally exhausted. The path back seemed longer than the path it had been. The landscape shifted and changed around them, trying to disorient and confuse, showing them tempting visions of places they longed to see or people they wished to meet. Tam's steps wavered more than once, his attention drawn by the sight of his father, who had died when he was a child, standing into a sunlit meadow and calling his name. "That is not truly him," Gandalf said firmly, pulling Tam onward. "It is only a reflection of your memory and desire. Your father rests in peace, and you dishonour him by becoming trapped here when you have a life yet to live." They walked through forests where the trees whispered secrets and voices almost too faint to hear, across bridges that spanned chasms filled with swirling clouds, past gardens where flowers bloomed in impossible colours and released perfumes that promised forgetfulness and bliss. Each step required an effort of will, a conscious choice to continue moving forward rather than stopping to rest or explore, or simply to stand and gaze at the beauty surrounding them. Gandalf found himself tiring in ways he had not anticipated. The dreamscape was not merely illusion, but a realm with its own reality, and maintaining his sense of purpose here required constant vigilance. He could feel the pull of it working on him, subtle and insidious, suggesting that perhaps he need not hurry, that there was time enough to rest, that the waking world could wait a little longer. He pushed these thoughts aside, focusing on the silver thread of his spell that connected him to his body in the barrow, using it as a guide when the path beneath his feet seemed to waver and disappear. Time stretched and compressed in strange ways. Sometimes it seemed that they had been walking for only moments, other times for years. Tam grew weaker as they travelled, his strength failing now that he was no longer sustained by this dreamscape's enchantment. Gandalf had to support him, half carrying the young man when his legs would no longer bear his weight. "Tell me about your home," Gandalf said, as much to keep Tam conscious as to help anchor him to reality. "Tell me about your mother, about your life in the waking world." Tam's voice was barely a whisper, but he spoke of small things. The way his mother made porridge in the mornings, with honey and cream, the sound of the sheep bells as the flock moved across the hillside, the feel of good soil between his fingers when he helped with the planting, the taste of cider fresh from the press in autumn. Each memory was a thread connecting him to the life he had left behind, and Gandalf encouraged him to remember more, to build a web of connection strong enough to pull him fully back across the threshold. As they walked, Gandalf began to notice changes in the dreamscape around them. The visions were becoming less coherent, less convincing. Colours bled into one another like wet paint, and sounds echoed strangely, arriving long after the events that should have caused them. The realm was losing its hold on them, unable to maintain the illusion in the face of their determination to leave. Finally, after what felt like days of walking, Gandalf saw something ahead that made his heart lift with hope. A wall of silver mist, shimmering and translucent, and, beyond it, the suggestion of solid stone and the warm glow of his starflight, the boundary, the threshold between the dream realm and the waking world. He urged Tam forward, supporting the young man's weight, and together they approached the barrier. As they drew near, Gandalf could feel resistance, as though the dreamscape itself was making one final effort to keep them. The mist grew thick and cloying, and phantom hands seemed to grasp at their clothes, their hair, trying to hold them back. But Gandalf spoke a word of power, and the mist parted before them like a curtain drawn aside. He stepped through, pulling Tam with him, and suddenly they were falling, tumbling through darkness and cold, until with a jarring shock Gandalf opened his eyes and found himself lying on the stone floor of the barrow chamber. He was back in his body, every muscle aching with exhaustion, his head pounding from the effort of maintaining his presence in two realms at once. His staff had fallen from his hands and lay dark beside him. The mirror still stood in the centre of the chamber, its surface now showing only darkness, as though whatever power had animated it had temporarily withdrawn. Gandalf struggled to sit up, looking around for Tam. The young man lay a few feet away, curled on his side, his breathing shallow and rapid. His clothes were the same ones he had been wearing when he disappeared weeks ago, now torn and dirty, and his face was gaunt with hunger and dehydration. But he was alive, and he was back in the waking world, and that was what mattered. The wizard crawled over to Tam and placed a hand on his forehead, speaking words of healing and restoration. He could not undo all the damage that had been done, for Tam had been without food or water for far too long, but he could strengthen the young man's spirit and ease his passage back to full consciousness. Colour began to return to Tam's cheeks, and his breathing grew steadier and deeper. After a few minutes, Tam's eyes flickered open. He stared up at the stone ceiling of the barrow chamber, confusion written across his features, and then his gaze found Gandalf's face. Recognition dawned, followed by a flood of emotion that brought tears to his eyes. "We made it back," he whispered. "We're truly back." "We are," Gandalf confirmed, managing a weary smile, "though I confess it was a closer thing than I would have liked. The mirror's power is greater than I anticipated, and the dreamscape it creates is seductive indeed." Tam tried to sit up, but found he lacked the strength. "How long was I gone?" 3 weeks in the waking world," Gandalf replied. "Time moves differently in the realm of dreams. To you it may have seemed much longer or much shorter." 3 weeks, Tam repeated, his voice filled with wonder and horror in equal measure. "My mother must think me dead. The sheep, the farm, everything left unattended." He struggled again to rise, panic giving him a momentary surge of strength, but Gandalf placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Peace," the wizard said. "All of that can be addressed in time. First, we must get you out of this barrow and restore your strength. You have endured a great ordeal, and your body needs rest and nourishment before you attempt anything more strenuous than walking." Gandalf himself rose slowly to his feet, every joint protesting the movement. He was more tired than he had been in many long years, for the journey through the dreamscape had drained him in ways that physical travel never could. He retrieved his staff from where it had fallen and spoke a word that caused it to glow once more with soft light, driving back the shadows that pressed in from the edges of the chamber. His eyes turned to the mirror, which still stood silent in the centre of the room. Its surface was dark now, reflecting nothing, but Gandalf could sense the power coiled within it like a serpent sleeping. The mirror had not been defeated, merely temporarily quieted by his passage through its realm and his successful retrieval of those it had captured. Soon it would wake again, and the calling would resume, drawing new victims to gaze into its depths and lose themselves in dreams. "This cannot be left as it is," Gandalf murmured, more to himself than to Tam. "The mirror must be dealt with properly, or all that we have accomplished here will be for nothing." "Can you destroy it?" Tam asked, watching the wizard with exhausted eyes. Gandalf shook his head slowly. "Artifacts of this nature cannot simply be broken or burned. They were made with knowledge that has passed from the world, imbued with power that runs deeper than stone or steel. To destroy it incorrectly would be to release all that it contains in a single catastrophic moment, and I fear what that might bring forth." "Then what can be done?" Tam pressed. "Surely it cannot be left here for others to find." "No," Gandalf agreed, "it cannot. But there are other ways to contain such things, older and more certain than simple burial. I must consult with those who have greater knowledge of these matters than I possess. For now, I will set what wards I can around this chamber, strengthening them beyond what the original builders placed here. It will buy us time, at least, until a more permanent solution can be found." He began to move around the perimeter of the chamber, his staff leaving trails of silver light in the air where he traced patterns of power. He spoke in a language that Tam did not recognize, words that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the barrow, causing them to hum with a low, deep note that was felt rather than heard. The air grew thick with magic, and Tam could see faint lines of light beginning to appear on the walls, forming intricate patterns that interwove and connected until the entire chamber was wrapped in a web of protection. Gandalf worked methodically, taking care with each gesture and each word, building layer upon layer of defensive spells. He drew upon the natural strength of the earth itself, anchoring the wards to the bedrock beneath the barrow. He called upon the memory of the sky above, weaving starlight into the pattern. He invoked the turning of seasons and the patient endurance of stone, making the magic as much a part of the hill as the grass that grew upon its summit. When at last he finished, the chamber felt different. The oppressive weight that had hung in the air was still present, but now it was contained, held in check by forces that would not easily be overcome. The mirror stood at the centre of it all, isolated within rings of power that would prevent its influence from seeping out into the world beyond. "That will hold for a time," Gandalf said, breathing heavily from the effort. "Long enough, I hope, for me to seek counsel and return with those who can help me address this properly." He turned to Tam. "But now we must get you home. Can you stand?" With Gandalf's help, Tam managed to get to his feet, though his legs trembled with the effort, and he had to lean heavily on the wizard's arm. Together they made their slow way up the sloping passage and out into the grey light of afternoon. The mist still clung to the hilltop, but to Tam it seemed thin and insubstantial compared to the thick silver fog of the dreamscape, and he breathed deeply of the cold, clean air with profound gratitude. The journey down from Greystone Hill took far longer than Gandalf's ascent had been. Tam was weak from his ordeal, barely able to put one foot in front of the other, and they had to stop frequently to rest. Gandalf supported him throughout, sometimes carrying him when the young man's strength failed entirely, and he spoke encouragingly of the reunion that awaited at the journey's end. As they descended, the mist began to thin and eventually cleared entirely, revealing a sky that had turned the deep blue of evening. Stars were beginning to appear in the east, and a sliver of moon hung low over the horizon. The familiar landscape of fields and hedgerows spread out before them, ordinary and beautiful in its very ordinariness, and Tam felt tears streaming down his face at the sight of it. "I never thought to see such simple things again," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "In that place, everything was so beautiful it hurt to look upon, but it was a cold beauty without warmth or true life. This," he gestured weakly at the countryside around them, "this is real. This is home." They reached the inn as full darkness fell, and their arrival caused quite a commotion. Barrowman came rushing out, his face a mixture of relief and astonishment, and within moments word had spread through the village that young Tam Bracken had been found. People emerged from their homes, gathering around to see the young man who had been given up for lost, and someone was sent running to fetch his mother. Tam was carried inside and settled by the fire, wrapped in warm blankets, and Barrowman's wife brought him broth and bread, which he consumed with trembling hands. Gandalf stood nearby, watching over him with a protective air, fielding questions from the curious villagers with patient but brief answers. He told them that Tam had been caught by an enchantment connected to the old barrow, that he had been lost in a kind of waking dream, and that the danger had been contained for now. He did not speak of the mirror itself or the full extent of what he had found, for such knowledge might prove more dangerous than helpful to folk who had no experience with such matters. When Tam's mother arrived, she pushed through the crowd with the strength of desperation, falling to her knees beside her son and gathering him into her arms. She wept openly, her whole body shaking with the force of her relief, and Tam clung to her as though she were the only solid thing in a world of shadows. The crowd fell silent, moved by the reunion, and more than one eye glistened with sympathetic tears. "Thank you," Mistress Bracken said when she could finally speak, turning to Gandalf with an expression of profound gratitude. "Thank you for bringing my boy home. I do not know what magic you worked or what dangers you faced, but you have my eternal thanks." Gandalf inclined his head. "I am glad I could help. Your son is strong in spirit, and he fought to return to you even when all seemed lost. That strength served him well in the dark places where I found him." "He will recover?" the woman asked, anxiety creeping into her voice as she took in Tam's gaunt appearance and the hollow look in his eyes. "With time and care, yes," Gandalf assured her. "The body heals more quickly than the spirit, and Tam has been wounded in both. He will need rest and nourishment, and he may find that sleep comes uneasily for a while, troubled by memories of what he experienced. But he is young and resilient, and I believe he will mend." That night, as Tam slept in his own bed for the first time in weeks, with his mother keeping vigil beside him, Gandalf sat alone in the common room of the inn, staring into the dying embers of the fire. His mind was far away, contemplating the problem of the mirror and what should be done with it. He had contained its power for now, but that was only a temporary measure. The mirror needed to be either destroyed completely or removed to a place where it could be properly guarded and studied. The question was where such a place might be, and who possessed the knowledge to deal with such an artifact safely. The following morning dawned clear and bright, with frost glittering on the grass and the air sharp with the promise of winter's approach. Gandalf rose early, having slept little, his mind occupied with thoughts of the mirror and the dangers it still posed. He knew that his temporary wards would not hold indefinitely, and that a more permanent solution needed to be found before the mirror's power could once again reach out to ensnare the unwary. After breaking his fast with bread and honey, the wizard sought out Barrowman in the inn's small office, where the innkeeper was reviewing his account books by the light of a single candle. The man looked up as Gandalf entered, setting aside his quill with an expression that mingled curiosity and concern. "You have the look of a man who has made a difficult decision," Barrowman observed, gesturing for Gandalf to take a seat. "What troubles you this morning, if I may ask?" Gandalf settled into the chair with a sigh. The mirror in the barrow is a greater danger than I initially suspected. The wards I have placed will contain it for a time, but they are not sufficient for the long term. I must seek counsel with those who have deeper knowledge of such things, and that means I must leave this place for a while. Barrowman's expression grew troubled. How long will you be gone? And what of the mirror while you're away? Is there danger that it might break free of your protections? The wards should hold for several months at least, Gandalf replied, possibly longer. But I cannot say with certainty, for the mirror's power is old and strange, and it may prove more resourceful than I anticipate. I will travel as swiftly as I can, and I will return as soon as arrangements have been made. And where will you go for this council? Barrowman asked. Gandalf was quiet for a moment, considering how much to reveal. To Rivendell first, he said at last. The House of Elrond holds many records of the Elder Days, and there are scholars there who may know of this mirror or others like it. If the knowledge I seek cannot be found there, then I will travel further, perhaps to Lothlorien, where the Lady Galadriel keeps her own mirror and might understand the nature of this one. The innkeeper nodded slowly, though Gandalf could see he only partially understood the significance of these names. Is there anything we should do while you're away? Any precautions we should take? Keep people away from Greystone Hill, Gandalf instructed. The wards I have placed should prevent the mirror's call from reaching beyond the barrow itself, but there is no sense in taking unnecessary risks. Post warnings if you must, or simply let it be known that the hill is dangerous and should be avoided. Most folk seem inclined to stay away in any case after what has happened. Barrowman agreed readily to this, and they spoke for a while longer about practical matters, about the care of Tam and the others who had been affected by the mirror's enchantment. Gandalf provided what advice he could about helping them recover from their ordeal, suggesting herbs that might ease troubled sleep and activities that would help ground them in the waking world. Later that morning, Gandalf visited Tam at his mother's cottage, a snug little dwelling on the edge of the village with a well-tended garden and smoke rising cheerfully from the chimney. Mistress Bracken welcomed him warmly, ushering him inside where Tam sat by the fire, looking considerably better than he had the night before. Colour had returned to his face, and though he still appeared thin and weary, there was life in his eyes again. "Master Gandalf," Tam said, attempting to rise, but the wizard waved him back to his seat. "Rest, young man. You have earned it. I came only to see how you fare and to bid you farewell for a time." "You're leaving?" Tam asked, disappointment evident in his voice. "I must," Gandalf replied. "The mirror that held you captive requires more knowledge than I possess to deal with properly. I go to seek that knowledge from those who may have it. But I will return, and when I do we will ensure that no one else suffers as you have suffered." Tam nodded, understanding though clearly unhappy about the wizard's departure. "Before you go," he said hesitantly, "there is something I must ask. While I was in that place, in the dream realm, I saw things. Visions of people and places I have never known. Were they real? Or were they merely illusions created by the mirror?" Gandalf considered the question carefully before answering. "The mirror shows many things," he said at last. "Some true, some false, and some that lie somewhere between. The visions you saw may have been memories from those who gazed into the mirror before you, or they may have been possibilities drawn from the infinite paths that the future might take, or they may have been nothing more than reflections of your own hopes and fears, given form by the mirror's magic. Without knowing what specifically you saw, I cannot say which is the case." "I saw my father," Tam said quietly. "He appeared to me in a sunlit meadow and called my name. You told me then that it was not truly him, only a reflection of my memory. But it seemed so real. He looked exactly as I remember him, and his voice was his own." "The mirror is cunning," Gandalf replied gently. "It knows what will most tempt those who gaze into it, and it shapes its visions accordingly. Your father rests in peace, Tam. What you saw was not his spirit, but an image drawn from your own mind and heart. The mirror gave it form and substance, made it seem alive and present, but it was no more real than a dream." Tam's eyes glistened with tears. I wanted so badly to go to him, to speak with him one more time. If you had not stopped me, I think I would have remained in that place forever, just to be near him again. "And that is precisely what the mirror desired," Gandalf said. "Such is the nature of its trap. It offers us what we most desire, and in reaching for it, we lose everything we truly have. Your father would not have wanted that for you, Tam. He would have wanted you to live your life, to find joy in the waking world, not to waste away in pursuit of an illusion. They spoke for a while longer, Gandalf offering what comfort and wisdom he could, helping Tam begin to process what he had experienced. He cautioned the young man to speak of his ordeal sparingly, for there would be those who would not understand and might think him mad or cursed. Better to let the experience fade into memory, to focus on the present and the future rather than dwelling on what had been. Before he left, Gandalf gave Tam a small pouch containing herbs that would help with sleep and ease the lingering effects of the enchantment. He also gave him words of encouragement, reminding him of his strength and resilience, assuring him that though the experience had changed him, it need not define him. By midday, Gandalf had made his farewells and set out from the village, his feet once more upon the road that led eastward toward the misty mountains and beyond them to Rivendell. The journey would take many days, even at the swift pace he intended to set, but he did not begrudge the time. Walking had always helped him think, and there was much to consider. As he travelled, Gandalf reflected on what he'd learned from his encounter with the mirror. Such artefacts were rare, relics of a time when the boundaries between different realms of existence had been more fluid, when craftsmen had possessed knowledge that was now lost or forgotten. The mirror in the barrow was not evil in the way that the works of Sauron were evil, driven by malice and the desire to dominate. Rather, it was dangerous in the way that a deep pool is dangerous, beautiful and inviting but capable of drowning those who venture into it unprepared. The mirror wanted nothing except to be gazed upon, to capture consciousness and hold it in endless contemplation of visions and dreams. It was like a still pool that reflects the sky so perfectly that one forgets the difference between water and air, between reflection and reality. Those who looked into it became lost in that confusion, unable to distinguish between what was real and what was merely shown, until eventually they forgot themselves entirely and became nothing more than images trapped within its depths. Gandalf had seen the remains of those who had been lost beyond recovery, the phantom dancers who would whirl forever in the dreamscape, their consciousness so thoroughly absorbed that nothing remained of their original selves. How many had there been over the long centuries since the mirror was placed in the barrow? Dozens? Hundreds? There was no way to know, and the thought filled him with sorrow. The road wound through countryside that grew progressively wilder as he left the settled lands behind. He passed through forests where the trees grew thick and ancient, their branches meeting overhead to form tunnels of shadow and rustling leaves. He crossed streams on old stone bridges whose builders had long since passed from memory. He climbed hills from whose summits he could see the blue line of the misty mountains rising in the distance, their peaks already white with early snow. At night he made camp in sheltered spots, building small fires and sitting beneath the stars while he smoked of his pipe and contemplated the problem before him. The journey to Rivendell took Gandalf through lands that grew progressively more rugged and beautiful. The gentle hills near Bree gave way to deeper valleys and steeper slopes, where the bones of the earth showed through in great outcroppings of grey stone. The weather held fair for the first several days, with clear skies and crisp air that made walking a pleasure despite the lengthening miles. But as he approached the mountains, clouds began to gather on the western horizon, and the wind carried the scent of rain. On the 5th day of his travels, as he climbed a narrow path that switchbacked up the side of a heavily forested ridge, Gandalf encountered a group of rangers, those silent guardians who watched over the wild lands and kept them safe from the evils that sometimes crept down from the north. They were camped in a small clearing, their horses tethered nearby, and they hailed the wizard with respect and pleasure, for he was known to them and counted as a friend. Their leader was a tall man named Arthon, weather-worn and keen-eyed, who had walked these paths for more years than most could count. He invited Gandalf to share their meal and rest a while, and the wizard accepted gladly, for even his sturdy legs appreciated the occasional respite. They sat together around a small fire, eating simple fare of bread and dried meat, and Gandalf told them something of his errand, though not all. "A mirror that shows visions and traps the unwary," Arthon mused, stroking his bearded chin thoughtfully. "I have not heard of such a thing in these lands, but there are old tales of similar artifacts from the elder days. My grandfather spoke once of a seeing pool in the far north, beyond the ruins of Anuminas, that was said to show true visions of distant places. But it was lost long ago, buried beneath landslide or hidden by those who feared its power." Gandalf nodded, filing this information away. "The mirror I encountered is not quite the same, for it shows not true visions but dreams and desires, possibilities rather than actualities. Yet the principle is similar. Such things were made by those who understood that reality is more fluid than most suppose, that what we see and experience is shaped as much by our own minds as by the world itself. The rangers listened with interest, and one of the younger men asked whether the mirror might be used for good purposes, to help people see their deepest desires and thereby understand themselves better. Gandalf shook his head firmly at this suggestion. Knowledge gained through such means comes at too high a price, he said. The mirror does not reveal truth, but rather reinforces our own illusions. It shows us what we wish to see, and in doing so, it blinds us to what actually is. True wisdom comes not from gazing into enchanted mirrors, but from engaging fully with the world as it is, in all its complexity and contradiction. They spoke long into the evening, discussing the nature of magic and the dangers of seeking power through shortcuts and enchantments. The rangers, who lived close to the wild places and had seen what happened when the old powers stirred, understood the wizard's concerns. They promised to keep watch over the lands near Bree and to send word if they heard of any unusual occurrences that might be connected to the mirror or its influence. When Gandalf took his leave the next morning, Arthon walked with him a short distance along the path. The ranger's face was troubled, and he spoke hesitantly, as though wrestling with whether to share what was on his mind. "There is something else you should know," he said at last. "Over the past few months we have noticed an increase in strange sightings throughout the region. Nothing immediately dangerous, but unsettling nonetheless. Lights moving through the forests at night when no traveller should be. Sounds of music and laughter coming from empty glades. Travellers who report losing time, arriving at their destinations hours later than they should have, with no memory of the delay." Gandalf's expression grew grave. And when did these occurrences begin? Arthon thought for a moment. Perhaps 3 months ago, perhaps slightly longer. It is difficult to say exactly, for such things are easy to dismiss as isolated incidents until a pattern emerges. 3 months, Gandalf repeated. The same time the barrow was opened by the landslide. He paused, considering the implications. It seems the mirror's influence may have been spreading further than I realized, even before anyone gazed directly into its surface. The breaking of the ancient seals may have allowed its power to seep out gradually, touching the land itself and creating these disturbances. "What does this mean?" Arthur asked. "Is the danger greater than you thought?" "Possibly," Gandalf admitted. "Or it may simply mean that the mirror has been active longer than I initially understood. Either way, it reinforces the urgency of finding a proper solution. I will make what haste I can to Rivendell and back again." They parted then, and Gandalf continued his journey with renewed determination. The path grew steeper and more difficult as he climbed into the foothills of the mountains, but he pressed on without complaint, driven by the knowledge that time might be more limited than he had hoped. The rain that had been threatening finally arrived on the 7th day, a steady downpour that turned the paths to mud and reduced visibility to a few dozen yards. Gandalf pulled his cloak tight and trudged onward, his staff serving as much for balance as for light in the grey gloom. Water ran in streams down the hillsides, and the world was filled with the sound of it, a constant rushing and gurgling that drowned out all other noise. It was in this miserable weather that he finally crossed the last bridge over the River Horwell and entered the lands that lay under the protection of Rivendell. The change was subtle but unmistakable. The air itself seemed lighter somehow, less oppressed by the weight of ancient sorrows and forgotten evils. Even the rain felt cleaner, fresher, as though it washed away more than just the dust of travel. By evening the storm had passed, and Gandalf emerged from the forest onto a ridge from which he could see, in the distance, the hidden valley where Rivendell lay. The sun was setting, painting the western sky in shades of gold and crimson, and the sight of it filled the wizard with a sense of homecoming. He had walked many roads and visited many places in his long years, but Rivendell had always been a sanctuary, a place of rest and renewal where the cares of the world could be set aside for a time. He descended the final slopes as twilight deepened into night, following paths that he knew so well he could have walked them blindfolded. Lights began to appear below, warm and welcoming, and he could hear the sound of water falling in cascades, the voice of the valley itself singing its eternal song. The gates of Rivendell stood open as they always did, for evil could not enter this place unless invited, and Gandalf passed through into the courtyard beyond. Elven attendants appeared as if from nowhere, greeting him with quiet pleasure and offering to take his travel-stained cloak and show him to a chamber where he might rest and refresh himself. But Gandalf declined these courtesies for the moment, asking instead to be taken to Elrond. He found the Master of Rivendell in his study, a circular room high in one of the towers, its walls lined with books and scrolls that contained the accumulated wisdom of ages. Elrond sat at a desk by the window, reading by the light of several lamps, but he looked up as Gandalf entered and rose with a smile of genuine welcome. "Mithrandir," he said, using the elvish name by which Gandalf was known among his people. "It is good to see you, though I perceive that you come on business rather than for simple fellowship. What troubles bring you to my door?" Gandalf settled into a chair that Elrond indicated, accepting a cup of wine that appeared as if by magic. "I have encountered an artifact," he said without preamble, "a mirror of great age and power, hidden in a barrow in the lands near Bree. It shows visions and dreams to those who gaze into it, and it has the power to trap consciousness, holding people in a waking dream from which they cannot escape." Elrond's expression grew serious as Gandalf related the full tale of what he had found and what he'd done. The Elf Lord listened in silence, his ageless face thoughtful, and when the wizard had finished, he sat quietly for a long moment before speaking. "You describe one of the seeing mirrors of Númenor," he said at last. "Such things were crafted in the Second Age by smiths who had learned their art from the elves of a region. They were meant to be tools of far-seeing and wisdom, allowing those who used them to perceive distant places and events. But the craft was imperfectly understood, and many of the mirrors proved dangerous or unreliable." Gandalf leaned forward, his interest keenly focused on Elrond's words. "You have knowledge of these mirrors, then? You know their nature and how they might be safely dealt with?" Elrond rose from his chair and moved to one of the tall bookshelves that lined the walls of his study. His fingers traced along the spines of ancient volumes, seeking something specific among the countless texts gathered there over long ages. "Some knowledge I have," he said, "though it is fragmentary and drawn from sources that are themselves incomplete. The craft of making such mirrors was never widely practiced, and those who possessed it guarded their secrets jealously." He pulled a slender volume from the shelf, its cover of dark leather worn smooth by time and handling. "This contains the writings of a craftsman named Tarandor, who worked in the forges of Númenor in the days before the shadow fell upon that land. He was among those who attempted to create seeing glasses after the pattern of devices made in a region, though with what success is unclear. The book was saved from the downfall and brought here by one of the faithful who escaped the ruin." Elrond returned to his seat and opened the book carefully, turning pages of fine vellum covered in script so small and precise that it seemed almost to have been written by insect feet rather than pen. He read in silence for several minutes while Gandalf waited patiently, sipping his wine and gazing out the window at the stars that were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "Here," Elrond said at last, his finger marking a place on the page. "Tarandor writes of the difficulties inherent in creating a true seeing glass. He says that the challenge lies in making a surface that reflects not merely light but consciousness itself, that can capture and hold the attention of the viewer while simultaneously showing images from beyond the immediate present. The materials must be precisely chosen and prepared, the enchantments woven with great care, and even then the result is uncertain." "And what of the dangers?" Gandalf asked. "Does he speak of mirrors that trapped those who used them?" Elrond's expression grew troubled as he continued reading. "He does indeed. He describes several attempts that resulted in what he calls the dream trap, a mirror that, instead of showing true visions, creates a realm of illusion that draws the viewer in and holds them. He writes that such mirrors should be destroyed immediately, but he gives no clear method for doing so safely. There is a reference to binding spells that might contain the danger, but the details are vague." The Elf Lord turned several more pages, his eyes scanning the text rapidly. "Ah, here is something more useful. Tarandor mentions that mirrors which have become corrupted or dangerous can sometimes be purified through a ritual that involves moonlight and certain herbs. He lists the components, though some of the names are archaic and I would need to consult other sources to identify them with certainty." Gandalf set down his wine cup and rose to look over Elrond's shoulder at the text. The script was indeed tiny, written in the Númenorian tongue that the wizard could read but found taxing on the eyes. He studied the passage Elrond had indicated, his lips moving silently as he worked through the meaning. This speaks of restoring the mirror's original purpose, he said after a moment, of cleansing it of the distortions that have accumulated over time and returning it to a state where it might show true visions rather than deceptive dreams. But I wonder whether that is truly possible with the mirror I encountered. It has been corrupted for so long, perhaps since its very creation, that there may be no pure state to which it can be restored. Elrond closed the book and regarded Gandalf thoughtfully. You may be right. And even if the purification were possible, there remains the question of what should be done with the mirror afterward. A seeing glass of such power cannot simply be left unguarded, nor can it be entrusted to just anyone. The temptation to use it would be too great, and even with the best intentions, those who gazed into it might find themselves seeing what they wished to see rather than what truly was. The two sat in contemplative silence for a time, the weight of the problem settling over them like a heavy cloak. Outside the window, night had fully fallen, and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the concerns of those who walked to the earth below. There is another possibility, Elrond said at last, one that does not involve attempting to purify or destroy the mirror. It could be taken to a place where its power would be negated, or at least greatly diminished, where the natural strength of the location would overwhelm the enchantments placed upon it. Such a place exists, Gandalf asked, though he thought he already knew what Elrond would say. Lothlorien, the Elf Lord replied. The power that dwells there, the strength of the Lady Galadriel and the Lord Celeborn, creates a realm where lesser magics are subdued. A mirror taken there would find its influence greatly reduced, perhaps even nullified entirely. And should anyone attempt to use it, the lady would know immediately and could intervene. Gandalf nodded slowly. I had considered Lothlorien as a possibility, but the journey there is long and not without peril, especially if I must carry the mirror with me. Its influence might reach out even while I travelled, affecting those I pass or drawing danger to me. That is indeed a concern, Elrond agreed. You would need to take precautions to wrap the mirror in materials that would dampen its power and shield those nearby from its call, and you should not travel alone. The burden of carrying such an artifact should not fall on a single person, no matter how strong their will. Gandalf returned to his chair and sat heavily, suddenly feeling the full weight of his weariness from the long journey. Who would you suggest as companions? The Rangers, perhaps, or some of your own people? Elrond considered this carefully. The Rangers are stalwart and trustworthy, but they lack experience with artifacts of this nature. They might be more vulnerable to the mirror's influence than someone who has faced such things before. As for my people, I have few to spare at present, and those who remain here serve essential purposes that cannot be easily set aside. Then I shall travel alone, Gandalf said, though without enthusiasm. It would not be the first time I've undertaken a difficult journey in solitude. Wait, Elrond said, raising a hand. There may be another option. Have you considered consulting with the Lady Galadriel before attempting to move the mirror? She possesses her own seeing glass, and she understands the nature of such things better than any living in Middle-earth. She might have insights that neither you nor I have considered. Gandalf's eyes brightened slightly at this suggestion. You propose that I should go first to Lothlorien, consult with the lady, and then return for the mirror if she agrees that bringing it there is the wisest course? Precisely, Elrond confirmed. It would add time to your quest, but it would ensure that whatever action we take is based on the fullest possible understanding. The lady's wisdom in these matters exceeds even my own, and her counsel would be invaluable. The wizard rose and began to pace the room, his hands clasped behind his back, as he thought through the implications of this plan. The wards he had placed on the barrow should hold for several months at minimum, long enough for him to make the journey to Lothlorien and back again. And Elrond was right that the lady's knowledge might reveal solutions he had not considered. Very well, he said at last. I will take your advice and seek counsel in the Golden Wood before proceeding further, but I will need to make good speed, for I do not know how long the mirror will remain quiescent. If it begins to stir before I return, those living near the barrow may find themselves in danger once more. Elrond stood and placed a hand on Gandalf's shoulder. Rest here for a few days before you depart. Restore your strength and gather what supplies you will need for the journey. I will have my people prepare provisions and provide you with materials that may help shield you from any lingering influence the mirror might project even at a distance. Gandalf accepted this offer with gratitude, recognizing the wisdom in taking a brief respite before embarking on another long journey. They spoke for a while longer, discussing the route he should take and the hazards he might encounter along the way. The most direct path would take him south through the lands of Eregion, then across the Misty Mountains through the Pass of Caradhras or the Gap of Rohan, and finally north into Lothlorien. It was a journey of many weeks, even travelling swiftly, and would test his endurance. Gandalf remained in Rivendell for 3 days, resting in the peace of that blessed valley and preparing for the long journey that lay ahead. The elves treated him with their customary grace and hospitality, providing him with fresh clothing, sturdy boots, and provisions that would sustain him through many miles of travel. Elrond himself spent hours with the wizard in his library, searching through ancient texts for any additional information about seeing mirrors that might prove useful. On the second day, they found a reference in a fragmentary manuscript that had been copied from even older sources, written in a dialect of Quenya so archaic that even Elrond had difficulty translating it. The passage spoke of mirrors as doorways between realms of being, suggesting that they did not merely show visions, but actually opened pathways to other states of consciousness. This aligned with what Gandalf had experienced in the dreamscape, and it added urgency to his mission, for if the mirror was indeed a doorway, then there was always the possibility that something might come through from the other side. What manner of thing might cross such a threshold, Gandalf wondered aloud, as they studied the text together in the quiet of the library. Elrond's expression was grave. The text does not say explicitly, but it hints at entities that dwell in the realm of dreams and visions, beings that exist outside the normal flow of time and space. Whether such creatures are malevolent or merely indifferent to the concerns of mortals, I cannot say, but I would not wish to see that doorway left standing open and unguarded. On the morning of the 4th day, Gandalf took his leave of Rivendell. The weather had turned fair again, with bright sunshine and a crisp wind that carried the scent of pine and distant snow. Elrond walked with him to the gates, and there they paused for a final conversation before parting. "Travel safely, my friend," Elrond said, his ageless eyes reflecting both concern and confidence. "Give my greetings to the Lady Galadriel, and tell her that whatever assistance Rivendell can provide in this matter, she has only to ask." "I will carry your words to her," Gandalf promised, "and I will return as swiftly as I may. Watch over the lands near Bree in my absence, and send word if you hear of any new disturbances." With that, the wizard set his face toward the south and began the long walk that would take him through lands both fair and perilous. The first days of travel were pleasant enough, following well-maintained roads through country that had once been part of the great realm of Arnor in ages past. Though that kingdom had long since fallen and its cities crumbled into ruin, there remained traces of its former glory in the straight roads and ancient bridges that still served travellers well. As he walked, Gandalf found his thoughts returning again and again to the mirror and the problem it presented. He had contained many dangers in his long years of wandering, had faced dark powers and ancient evils, but there was something particularly insidious about the mirror's threat. It did not attack or corrupt in the obvious ways that servants of the enemy did. Instead, it simply offered beauty and desire, showing people what they most wished to see, and in that offering lay a trap more subtle and perhaps more deadly than any forged weapon. The road took him through the remnants of Eregion, where once the elven smiths had worked their craft in the shadow of the mountains. Little remained now but tumbled stones and overgrown courtyards, monuments to the pride and folly of those who had sought to rival the powers of the Valar themselves. Gandalf passed through these ruins with sorrow in his heart, for he had known some of those who had dwelt here in the elder days, and their fate served as a reminder of how easily good intentions could lead to disaster when coupled with insufficient wisdom. From Eregion he climbed into the mountains, choosing the pass of Caradhras despite its reputation for treacherous weather. The alternative would have been to go far south through the Gap of Rohan and then north again, adding weeks to his journey, and time was a luxury he could not afford. The climb was steep and difficult, and snow began to fall as he reached the higher elevations, but Gandalf pressed on with the stubborn determination that had carried him through many trials. On the 3rd day in the mountains, he encountered a group of dwarves travelling in the opposite direction, heading east toward the Misty Mountains with a train of pack ponies laden with trade goods. They were surprised to meet anyone on this lonely path, especially a wizard travelling alone, and they invited him to share their camp and their fire that night. Gandalf accepted gladly, for the company of others was welcome after days of solitude. The dwarves were from the Iron Hills, merchants carrying metalwork and gems to trade in the western lands. Their leader, a stout fellow named Broin, questioned Gandalf about conditions on the western side of the mountains and warned him of heavy snows that had fallen in recent days. In return, Gandalf told them something of his errand, though in vague terms that did not reveal the full nature of the danger he sought to address. "You travel to Lothlorien," Broin said with a raised eyebrow. "Few enough go willingly to that enchanted wood. The elves there have strange ways, or so I have heard, and time flows differently within their borders than it does in the wider world." "I have visited the Golden Wood before," Gandalf replied, "and found it a place of great beauty and peace. As for the strangeness, well, that is in the eye of the beholder. What seems strange to one race may be perfectly natural to another." They spoke long into the night, sharing stories and songs around the campfire, and when Gandalf finally rolled himself in his cloak to sleep, he did so with a lighter heart than he had carried in days. The simple fellowship of the road, the warmth of the fire, and the sound of friendly voices, these were goods that could not be measured or traded, but were precious nonetheless. The descent from the mountains was easier than the climb had been, and within a few days Gandalf emerged onto the western plains, where the great river Anduin flowed southward like a silver ribbon through the land. He followed the river's course, keeping to the eastern bank where the land was wild and little travelled. Game was plentiful here, and he supplemented his provisions with fish caught from the river and herbs gathered from the meadows. As he travelled south, Gandalf began to sense a change in the land around him. The air seemed to grow clearer and more luminous, and there was a quality to the light that reminded him of the elder days when the world was younger. He knew he was approaching the borders of Lothlorien, that realm where the power of the elves still held sway and kept the shadow at bay. On the afternoon of the 21st day since leaving Rivendell, Gandalf came to the eaves of the Golden Wood. The trees here were malorns, tall and stately with silver bark and golden leaves that shimmered in the breeze. Their beauty was such that even one accustomed to fair sights might pause in wonder, and Gandalf stood for a moment at the forest edge, breathing deeply of air that seemed to carry the scent of flowers blooming in some distant spring. He did not enter immediately, for he knew that the borders of Lothlorien were closely watched, and that strangers who tried to pass without leave were often turned back or led astray by subtle enchantments. Instead, he called out in the Elvish tongue, announcing himself and his purpose, asking for permission to enter and speak with the Lady of the Wood. For a time there was no response save the rustling of leaves and the distant song of birds. Then, so quietly that he almost did not hear them, elven voices spoke from the branches above, challenging him in the formal manner of border guards. Gandalf answered their questions, giving his name and lineage, explaining that he came seeking counsel on a matter of some urgency. After a brief consultation among themselves, the elven guards descended from the trees, appearing as if they had been part of the forest itself moments before. They were tall and fair, clad in grey that blended perfectly with the bark of the malorns, and their eyes held the ageless wisdom of those who had seen the rise and fall of many kingdoms. They greeted Gandalf with respect and courtesy, then offered to guide him through the forest to Caras Galadhon, the great city of trees where the Lord and Lady dwelt. The journey through Lothlorien was like passing through a dream made real. The forest was unlike any other in Middle-earth, with a peace and beauty that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of time. Gandalf walked on paths of soft grass, beneath branches that formed living archways overhead, and everywhere he looked there was light, golden and gentle, that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, rather than from any external source. They walked for what might have been hours or days, for time indeed moved strangely here, and at last they came to Caras Galadhon. The city was built among the branches of the mightiest malorns, with platforms and walkways connecting the trees at various heights, and at its heart rose the greatest tree of all, upon whose highest branches stood the dwelling of the Lord and Lady. Gandalf was led up winding stairways that spiralled around the trunk of the great malorn, climbing higher and higher until the forest floor was lost from sight below. At last they came to a platform where stood a pavilion of living wood, its walls formed from branches that had grown together to create spaces both open to the air and sheltered from wind and rain. Here, in a chamber of silver light and gentle shadow, he found the Lady Galadriel and the Lord Celeborn waiting to receive him. Galadriel rose as he entered, and even after all the ages he'd known her, Gandalf felt a moment of awe at her presence. She was tall and fair beyond the beauty of mortal, or even most elven kind, with hair that held the light of the 2 trees of Valinor that had shone in the blessed realm before the world was marred. Her eyes were deep and knowing, seeming to look not merely at him but through him, perceiving truths that lay hidden from ordinary sight. "Mithrandir," she said, her voice like music flowing over stones in a clear stream, "you are welcome in Lothlorien, though I perceive that you come bearing a burden that troubles you deeply. Sit, rest, and tell us what brings you to our borders." Selborne, tall and silver-haired, gestured to a seat woven from living branches that had been shaped to provide comfort. Wine was brought, pale and fragrant, and small cakes of waybread that could sustain a traveller for many days. Gandalf accepted these offerings gratefully, and when he had rested a moment, began to tell the full tale of the mirror he had discovered in the barrow near Bree. Galadriel listened in silence, her expression growing more thoughtful as the story unfolded. When Gandalf spoke of entering the dreamscape and retrieving the lost souls, her eyes glinted with what might have been approval or perhaps recognition of the danger he had faced. And when he described the nature of the mirror's enchantment, she nodded slowly as though confirming something she had long suspected. "You speak of a thing I know," she said when he had finished. "Not this specific mirror perhaps, but others of its kind. Such artifacts were made in the days when Númenor still stood proud beneath the sun, before the shadow of pride fell upon that realm and brought it to ruin. They were fashioned after the manner of my own mirror, which shows visions true and false, mingled together in ways that test the wisdom of those who look upon them." She rose and moved to the edge of the pavilion, gazing out over the golden forest that stretched in all directions like a sea of light. "But where my mirror was made with understanding of its dangers and limitations," she continued, "these lesser copies were often flawed. Their makers sought to capture only the wonder and beauty of far-seeing, without fully grasping the perils inherent in creating a doorway between the waking world and the realm of dreams. Can such a mirror be purified?" Gandalf asked, "or must it be destroyed?" Galadriel turned back to face him, and in her eyes he saw depths of knowledge and sorrow that even he, with all his long years, could not fully comprehend. "To purify it would require remaking it entirely," she said, "and the knowledge needed for such work has passed from Middle-earth. Those who possess the craft have long since departed over the sea, and even I, who have some understanding of such matters, would not attempt the task. The risk of failure is too great, and failure would mean releasing all the trapped consciousness and malformed power in a single catastrophic moment." "Then it must be destroyed," Gandalf said, though his heart sank at the thought of attempting such a task. "Not destroyed," Galadriel corrected gently, "contained and isolated, placed where its influence cannot spread, and where those who might be tempted to use it cannot reach it." She paused, considering. "There is a place, deep within these woods, where the roots of the eldest Malorns reach down into caverns that have existed since the shaping of the world. In those depths, the power of the earth itself runs strong, and artifacts placed there find their enchantments slowly leached away, drained into the stone and dispersed harmlessly over long ages." "How long would such a process take?" Gandalf asked. Galadriel smiled faintly. "Longer than the span of mortal kingdoms. Longer perhaps than the remaining years of the elves in Middle-earth. But what is time to a thing of stone and shadow? The mirror would sleep there, doing no harm, until eventually it became nothing more than a curious relic, its power so diminished that it could show nothing more threatening than ordinary reflections." Selborne spoke for the first time, his voice deep and measured. "We would undertake to guard such a place, to ensure that none disturbed it or attempted to reclaim what was placed there. It would become part of our stewardship of this realm, a duty we would carry for as long as we remain in Middle-earth." Gandalf felt relief washing over him, like a cool breeze on a hot day. This was a solution better than any he had dared hope for. The mirror would be neutralized without the risks inherent in attempting to destroy it, and it would be guarded by those with both the power and the wisdom to ensure it remained contained. "I accept your offer with profound gratitude," he said, "but the question remains of how to transport the mirror from the barrow to this place. The journey is long, and even wrapped and warded, it may exert influence on those who carry it, or those we pass along the way." "That is indeed a concern," Galadriel agreed. She was silent for a moment, her gaze distant as though looking at something far away. Then she spoke again. "I will send some of my people to accompany you on the return journey. They will help bear the burden, and their presence will provide additional protection against the mirror's influence. When you reach the barrow, they will help you extract the artifact and transport it here by the swiftest and safest route." "How many should come?" Gandalf asked. "3, Galadriel replied. "A number sufficient to share the burden, but small enough to travel swiftly and without attracting undue attention. They will meet you at the borders of this wood 3 days hence, for you will need rest before undertaking the return journey." And so it was arranged. Gandalf remained in Lothlorien for 3 days, resting in the peace of that blessed realm and recovering his strength after the long travels he had already undertaken. The elves treated him with honour and kindness, and he spent long hours in conversation with Galadriel, discussing not only the mirror but many other matters concerning the state of Middle-earth and the shadows that were slowly gathering in the east. On the morning of the 4th day, Gandalf met the 3 elves who would accompany him. They were called Lindor, Seliphan and Nimriel, and they were among the most skilled and stalwart of Galadriel's people. Each carried weapons hidden beneath their travelling cloaks, and they had provisions enough for a journey of many weeks. They greeted Gandalf with courtesy and declared themselves ready to depart whenever he wished. The return journey was swifter than the outward one had been, for they travelled with purpose, and the elves knew paths through the wild lands that shortened the distance considerably. They moved with the tireless grace of their kind, able to walk from dawn to dusk without complaint, and their presence did indeed seem to create a bubble of protection around their small company. More than once, Gandalf sensed dark things watching from afar, but none dared approach while the light of Lothlorien still clung to his companions. They reached the barrow near Bree in the dark of the moon, when the night was deepest and the stars shone with particular brightness. Gandalf's wards still held strong, glowing faintly in the darkness like threads of silver wrapped around the hill. The elves felt the power contained within and exchanged glances of respect and concern. Together they entered the barrow, descending into the ancient chamber where the mirror waited in silent patience. It seemed unchanged since Gandalf had last seen it, its surface dark and still, but he could sense the awareness within it, the hungry consciousness that yearned to draw viewers into its depths. Working with careful precision, the elves wrapped the mirror in cloths woven with protective enchantments, speaking words in the ancient tongue that bound its power and muffled its call. When all was prepared, they lifted the mirror together and began the long journey back to Lothlorien. The burden was both physical and spiritual, for even wrapped and warded, the mirror's presence could be felt, a subtle pressure on the mind that whispered of visions and dreams. But the elves were strong in will and Gandalf stronger still, and they did not falter. Weeks later they descended into the deep caverns beneath the golden wood, into chambers where crystals grew from living rock and underground streams sang songs older than memory. There, in a place prepared by Galadriel herself, they set the mirror down and sealed it with enchantments that would endure for ages. The Malorns above sent their roots down to embrace the chamber, and the power of the earth began its slow work of draining away the mirror's corrupted magic. When at last they emerged into sunlight again, Gandalf felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The task was complete, the danger contained, and those who had been threatened by the mirror's influence could rest easy once more. He remained in Lothlorien only long enough to give thanks to Galadriel and Celeborn, and then he set his feet once more upon the road, heading north and west toward distant lands where other duties awaited. And so, the mirror sleeps still in the depths beneath the golden wood, its power slowly fading with each passing year, guarded by roots and stone and the watchful care of those who understand the dangers of such things. It has become a tale told in whispers, a reminder that beauty and wonder, divorced from wisdom and truth, can become the most seductive of traps. Thus ends the tale of It has become a tale told in whispers, a reminder that beauty and wonder, divorced from wisdom and truth, can become the most seductive of traps. Thus ends the tale of the mirror in the barrow, one of many adventures of Gandalf the Grey in the years before the War of the Ring, when he walked the roads of Middle-earth in service of all free peoples, bearing burdens both seen and unseen, that the darkness might be held at bay for a little longer.